at the spotters park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota at MSP International Airport. It's the second busiest Delta hub, the headquarters of low-cost carrier Sun Country Airlines. And a busy, bustling spotting scene here on this Sunday, all from one of the best locations in the country to watch commercial aviation up close at the Metropolitan Aircraft Commission's aircraft viewing area. And we cannot wait to share what is expected to be an exciting spotting day here from Minnesota's aviation mecca, MSP International. We've got the KLM 777-300ER on the downwind and making an entrance into MSP today. A rare equipment swap is in effect. We've got a Delta Heavy party that'll last us throughout the show. We've got a lot of fun times ahead coming up on the program. And walking you through this one, my name is Alex Redding. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. And I'm also joined by RJ Bean. RJ, how are you doing? It's a great day. Great to have you with us.
Got out here just in time. The action is fast and furious already here with departures off of runway 4. Our arrival with KLM is currently on final for runway 35. So we've got a couple of heavies that are sitting here off to our left at the moment that have just come in off of their flights. So it's a very, very busy Sunday afternoon out here.
It is indeed. Now, it's been a little while since we were on the air. The last time we were out here, we actually had a power issue.
Yes, I was right here close by over at Fort Snelling State Park out hiking, and I was going to be headed over here to take over for Micah when he had to step away, and because of that issue, I never made it, and I was really bummed.
Well, you know what? A quick stop to Menards later and a new power inverter, and the cost of whatever that was, got a good deal for it. We're back in business. Apparently whatever happened was a power issue. System was drawing more power than what our inverter could take, and so we had to make an upgrade. So we should be ready to rock and roll as well. We also spent the extended time away, more than we typically are, to work on some technical improvements in other areas, especially with our internet as well. So we are refreshed after a small break from streaming. We are back and ready to deliver better content this time around.
Delta 9 Heavy, Whiskey 5, crosswind 120, runway 4,
And we should just about any time now get to see our KLM arrival, which today is a 777.
It's a 777-300ER.
Southbound, number 2392, ready to taxi with Romeo. Delta 2392, Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie,
see him.
21 right. Sport, Sierra, Alpha Charlie, cross 12 right, 2392. Delta 2679, Minneapolis ground, through runway 4, Sierra.
All right, folks,
3522, the wind is 0.
we're going to have to wait to talk about our notable arrivals and departures because we have our KLM 777-300ER on final approach for runway 35 right now. There it is.
And then we'll get another good close-up look at them as they taxi by us on Whiskey. Because they'll be headed to T1.
This is the largest wide body in the KLM fleet. It's a last-minute equipment swap. We'll talk about why later. There's a bigger issue with the fleet availability of KLM's Dreamliners that is resulting in these equipment changes from the usual.
Spirit Wings 2560 4 Sierra, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross 1 right. Stop.
3522, heading 300, contact departure.
Heading 300 for departure, Skywest 3522. And we're southwest.
And everybody on board that KLM flight today, welcome to the Twin Cities.
Hope you enjoyed your big equipment upgrade. Holy moly.
That's for sure.
Push is approved.
It's uber rare to see a 777-300ER here in the Twin Cities at MSP Airport, but today we had a nice surprise.
We'll hold short of the pushback at Hotel 11, Skywest 144. Skywest 3686, sequence behind, spread off the left. Endeavor 22 minutes, ground runway 40, taxi via Papa Charlie, cross 21 to right.
Want to give a big shout out to one of our awesome MSP Airport Live members, Elias Lund, says another exciting stream. Let's get it. I agree. And thank you, Elias, for being a member now for 3 months for MSP Airport Live.
Minneapolis area number 2, winds 007, runway 35, clear to land, gate number 35, clear to land, 2695, Market Gulf. KLM 655 heavy monitor, 126.7. 126.7.
Thing 120, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Alright. 120, clear for takeoff.
There they are. Now they're behind us.
Cool, cool.
And we've got a big crowd of people out here today at the viewing area, and they're going to get even a better look at her as they taxi by us on Whiskey.
Yeah, we can't quite swing around to catch the taxiing 777-300ER. We'll see it come into range here in just a moment of our camera, but my goodness.
Big blue.
Under some pretty nice weather here today. The sun is out shining, quite a few clouds, but it's not affecting the sunshine that is really casting a nice hue over everything. Now, it's expected that today was going to be a little bit overcast, but that has not been the case, thankfully.
Runway Sierra Alpha Charlie, cross 1 to right, 26. Ground 1495 ready, taxi,
yeah, so RJ, we've actually been blessed with some incredible weather today, apart from what the forecasts were initially saying.
Oh, yeah, and I know I came out here for a while after my shift at the History Center on Thursday, and it was a blowing out here big time. I mean, the ATC was reporting gusts of over 40 knots.
Woo!
Country 1776, turn right. Showing Kilo, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 22, and monitor ground on point 9.
Flying 120, runway 40, clear for takeoff. The wind is variable 6.
Heading 120, 4, Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 2392.
Jay follows you.
It's 2699, Roger.
There it is, folks, the mighty 777-300ER.
That is one big airplane.
It's longer than a 747-400 by just a bit, too. Fun fact for you on the 777W or the 77W, that's the aircraft code for it. And they are having to hold short right now because there's a departure on runway 4 that is now underway. It's an Airbus A320.
Oh, salute.
American 3280 minutes ground with approved runway 40.
Ooh, and they're heavy. It's going to be another one of those fast and furious days for streaming out here. What do you think, Alex?
Could be. It's shaping up to be an excellent day so far.
Okay, good closing. The base to stay with 12.9.
1495, heavy traffic crossing downfield, runway 40, line up away.
4 right, Sierra, line up away, south of 1495.
2392, contact departure.
777-300ER also has the largest in-service turbofan jet engines of any aircraft flying, the GE90.
Did I hear the saying that the circumference of the fuselage of a 737 could fit in it?
That's correct. The fuselage, the 737's fuselage could easily fit within the diameter of the intakes for that GE90 engine.
Your next right turn after crossing. Next right Alpha, take you guidance 655.
Well, if it would have come down to it, and if the timing would have been just right, you know, if the scenario had ever developed where my dad had to step down from flying a 747 for some reason, I think he would have had to have flown the 777, and he would have taken it up.
Approved. My correction stats 4130, runway 40.
Heading 120, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Because if I'm not mistaken, there are no U.S.-based airlines anymore that fly the 74-400. Those that still fly those are airlines all based in Europe.
Runway 4, left wing.
3686, runway 40, left wing.
40, left wing.
Southwest departing off runway 4.
Southwest 1490, 300 on your heading, contact departure.
Departure Southwest 1490.
And as they're climbing out, the next departure is already on the roll. That's Spirit, headed to Detroit. Flight 2568.
Second 634, monitor ground 100.
Variable 6 flighting 340, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Flight 340, runway 40, clear to takeoff, code 3686.
Delta 2699, runway 40, line up point.
Line up point, runway 40, Delta 2699.
During 2560, contact
Goes our Banana Bus off to the Motor City, Detroit, Michigan.
And as the action is going to be fast and furious for departures here on runway 4, the next one is already on the roll, and that's headed to Duluth, Delta connection operated by SkyWest, flight 3686. Number 175 LR.
2699, flighting 120, runway 4, at 0, clear for takeoff.
Flighting 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4, Delta 2699.
5022, runway 40, line up point.
40, line up going, number 5022.
And since they're down to only one departure runway, it's rapid fire from MSP Airport.
This is Delta 2699 headed to Raleigh-Durham, a former Northwest A319 minibus.
5022, the wind 3607, flighting 300, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
300, 40, clear for takeoff, number 5022.
So 26.4 minutes, number 2, runway 35, clear to land.
And already rolling to go next is another Delta connection operated by Endeavor. They're headed to Bentonville. It's a CRJ 900 LR.
Right on to taxiway Kilo, and then taxiway Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4. Delta, cross runway 4, blue street, 590. Sierra. Left turn on Charles Partner. Mark for David. Charlie and
4 on whiskey and passenger company on the other side. Contact ground point 900 for more.
Alright, Cross 122 at whiskey, follow the company on the other side, and we'll point 100 for more, Delta 2695.
22 heading 300, contact departure.
300 over departure, have a good day.
There's Delta 2695 from New Orleans, Louisiana. It's an arrival.
Departure, Echo 13.
It's now crossing runway 4. This is 737-900ER.
Delta, short runway 1 Detroit. You taxi
So as we have a little bit of a break here, I see some comments here in our chat from Pants saying that yes, this was the former headquarters or world headquarters of Northwest Airlines, along with hubs and other locations.
25, your ground stop has been canceled.
Delta 877 off to Seattle, Washington.
And if any of our viewers are more curious to know exactly where we're located here, as I like to explain it, if you go to Google Maps and go into satellite mode and zoom in on the airport here, you're going to find at the intersection of runway 422 and 12 right, 30 left, there's what's called the aircraft viewing area. It's located at the end of Cargo Road. And that's where we are set up broadcasting today. Predominantly covering activity on runway 4, which are departures, and some runway 3 arrivals.
Up and let me know when you're ready. Gate number. Envoy 4309, looks like you made the turn the other direction, but that's all right. Taxi Kilo, turn right on Yankee now, and then Yankee, turn right on Whiskey. On Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Kilo Yankee Whiskey, hold short of runway 4, envoy 430.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our notable arrivals and departures, presented in part by our wonderful friends over at Jet Set Shirts. RJ, anything that stands out to you on that arrival board today? I know the MD-11 always does for me. We're expecting that from Louisville, Kentucky around 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Looks like it's just a lot of our usual suspects, I think, as we always like to say.
There are way more heavies, especially with the A330 type aircraft that are not included on this list.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye out for 170. Because the last time I was out here to help with the broadcast, she snuck in on us on a runway 4 arrival instead of 35.
That was an incredible moment. And by the way, they have periodically opened runway 4 for arrivals today. So we will be on a runway 4 arrival lookout throughout our entire show. We're going to turn the tables to look at the departures on the flip side of our arrivals, and we'll take a look at the big priority 777-300ER that'll be departing to AMS around, well, it was supposed to be around 3:05. They'll be departing much later in our program today, as a matter of fact, just because how late they got in.
Yep. And then our usual heavy departures to Amsterdam and Dublin, Paris, and Shamrock. Our Aer Lingus flight back to Dublin.
American 3280, runway 4 at Sierra.
We've got the A321 XLRs you just mentioned. Shamrock 988 going out to Dublin on the departure. And of course, the Air France Dreamliner will catch that as well, in addition to our notable departure with our Air France 787. We'll be sticking around if they're on time to catch Delta 162 off to AMS, and our A350 departure off to Detroit.
Yep, days
should be a great closer tonight.
Yep, days are getting longer and longer, so it's staying light later and later, and we'll be getting those later heavy departures.
We certainly love that. So while we have a moment here, RJ, you brought a very fun item with you today.
Yeah, I couldn't resist my...
41 flooding 320, stay with me for just a moment.
My Tide Pod hat from Sun Country.
Yeah, if we can get our booth cam working here.
09, Whiskey cross runway 4, contact ground point under on the other side for more.
All right, cross runway 4 on Whiskey, ground point 9 on the other side, envoy 4309.
Envoy 4309, we're going to change our cross runway 4 on Whiskey, taxi to Whiskey Delta, cross runway 1 to right at Delta.
All right, everybody.
All right, runway, cross
got
runway
the
4,
fun
Whiskey,
Sun
Whiskey,
Country
Delta, cross 12,
party
monitor
favor
ground point 9,
hat that they
envoy
give out, too. So I like that they do that. Yeah, so I think we're in for a fun broadcast. And by the way, welcome everybody to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex, that's RJ, and you know what? We've been very fortunate to already get some excellent views, excellent weather today. Got a really fun runway configuration modified for that south parallel construction going on for that closure. And
oh yeah,
that KLM 777-300, that
was a great start.
Remarkable aircraft. Yeah, I mean it's an arrival that we really weren't planning on catching today. We'll get the departure. We were planning on the departure, but because they were so late, we got the arrival too. Like, hey.
Yep. We'll get them segues.
Yeah, that's awesome. So glad we were able to bring that to you as well.
Delta 2864, Whiskey, cross runway 4, traffic in position, taxi Whiskey, Delta, cross runway 12 right, monitor .9 now.
Yeah, anytime there could be a little bit of an event going on around here within the Twin Cities, and if Sun Country is, possibly involved with the sponsorship of it in some way, they'll have somebody set up with a little tent and a table and have some little goodies for people to take with them. And I was at an event not too long ago, and I said, okay, I got to have one of these.
I mean, why not? You have to, I think.
I mean, I'm a red tailer, but nothing wrong with a Tide Pod.
Yeah, we love spotting the sunnies, as we call them. Our Sun Country aircraft.
Delta 1025 running 40, taxi straight ahead to hotel. Mike, cost 21 to right.
Be flighting 300, runway 4, 0, clear for takeoff. 300, clear for takeoff, runway 04 for American 280.
So American 3280, cleared to depart runway 4, off to Phoenix Sky Harbor with a 737-800.
Push the proof, runway 4 0.
The Delta 73, push cruise, runway here, American 262.
Delta 2864, slide over to Charlie, and then back to the gate, monitor ground point 8.
Charlie, back to the gate.
Headed to Phoenix, it's American. Having trouble reading the flight number on my phone.
42 Sky Roger, turn left on Delta, left at Sierra, at Charlie, hold short of
Sometimes
Delta.
it helps to
behind
clean the screen on your phone.
Delta Sierra, hold short.
It's like 3280.
American 3280, next departure.
Departure American 3280.
And currently in view is the expansion project onto Terminal 2. We're making pretty good progress with the Terminal 2 expansion. That construction is taking shape nicely.
Can't come soon enough.
1025, you release the Denver, new time, 13.
Also, folks, stick around on the program. We'll have Discover Airlines. We'll be making an entrance here. So that is an airline that is brand new to Minneapolis-St. Paul's, Discover. It's a low-cost subsidiary of Lufthansa. It used to be a part of Eurowings before they went out of business. Lufthansa picked up the Discover Airlines brand, their aircraft. They took controlling interest in the business, and boy, is it come in handy for them. Because Lufthansa, they had to go on hiatus at the very end of last month, RJ, in April, because they're in a pretty bad equipment shortage conundrum right now with their wide-body aircraft. They were supposed to get deliveries that never came.
Hold short Charlie for now.
So now Lufthansa's got to figure out what they're going to do. And they want to keep the MSP route as much as possible because it actually does and did make them money.
And we're getting a Mike taxi. This is a flight that's headed to Denver.
Left turn Sierra, left turn Charlie, and then on Charles will sort of Delta. You'll be facing just like company.
See if we can get a way back from the cockpit.
Okay, following company of Delta Sierra Charlie.
25 Minneapolis ground, hold position, company push out of Hotel 5. Country 425 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 40. Use caution, company next door at 5 is pushed.
Alright, push approved, 40, Sun Country 425. And ground, Sun Country 375, our ground crew's waiting, they see traffic, I don't know, but we're slow push out of Hotel 5 here for you.
Sun Country 95, roger, push please.
Sun Country 95. Sun Country 4073.
Sun Country 407 Minneapolis Tower, roger, the wind is estimated 0403, fly heading 300, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
300, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 407.
Colonel 613, taxi Yankee Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
1025.
35, clear to land, the wind calm.
Clear to land, 35, visual.
That was 36, sorry about that, I was supposed to wait for you to pass.
So 2964, men, the route use here to Mike, hold short of runway 4 at Tango.
Say it again.
Join
Report leaving 2,500.
Mike, hold short of runway 4 at Tango.
That was 4139. West 2964.
All right, folks.
Sun Country 942, turn left.
How's our connection now? Doing all right?
In the Hotel 2, Alpha 1 company leaves.
4139, leaving 2,500.
Second.
Well, sometimes it happens. If you're in the middle of an airport, you know, so many different signals beaming around here. Would not be surprised if a periodic network drop there. But of course, nonetheless, we're back online.
One more time.
Delta 1030, runway 40, line up for wait.
Runway for Delta 2942.
Delta 2942, okay. The line basically starts to fuel, let me know.
Okay.
73, there's two of them in the L 003.
So we're going to get a mic taxi, RJ.
You are going to be right in the way, so do your business quickly.
Yes,
and
that's, I was,
if you're not done before I
for some reason I was focused in on the southwest and they were headed to the end of runway 4.
The land, 35, number 2, we're going to keep.
So they came in from Denver. And they're just coming in and around a little bit different off of runway 35. So they've come down partway on taxiway Mike, and they're going to cut across the runway.
Good 602, cross runway 4, left turn Delta, short of Sierra for now. There's
Tango, continue via Tango Delta, monitor .9, the Embraer's waiting.
Cross runway 4, Tango Delta, Southwest 2964, we're hurrying.
Because I was also checking in on our Discover flight that's coming in.
602, left
They're
turn
running
Delta,
late today. They are north of Hayward, Wisconsin, about 30 minutes out.
There's a little bit of a roadblock down by your gate, so on Delta, hold short of Charlie.
Cross runway 4, left turn Delta.
Just one of those days with the weather.
Cross 4 and then Delta, short of Sierra.
Well, we came back up at the right time, too. There is quite the conga line that is starting to form for departure on runway 4.
Any idea how long? It's about 10 deep behind you now.
Yep, and all the communications that are going on between all of these flights, between them and air traffic control.
Juliet, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, 182 Juliet.
Skywest. Sun Country 499. I'm going to move you to the back of the line. Runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Delta, Tango, Charlie.
Delta Tango Charlie, Fort Sierra.
Delta 49, your sequence behind A717. Everybody else can wait for you.
Well, looks like somebody's got to go back in line.
499. Join Charlie behind the 717. Bus will wait for you.
Charlie behind the 717.
Delta 2591 at Tango, give way to Sun Country.
Sun Country, Tango,
Delta 2114, minutes ground 1. Company leaves control point 15. Your push is approved to control point 15, runway 4 at Sierra.
Alright. Company leaves control point 15. Clear to push to control point 15.
Delta 2156, cross runway 4 on Papa, continue to the gate, monitor point 8, traffic will be getting in position shortly.
That's traffic cross 4 on Papa and monitor point 8 to the gate, Delta
Delta 2942 is ready.
2942, runway 4 at 0, line of point, traffic is crossing downfield.
4 0, line of point, Delta 2942.
Via Delta, behind company from Hotel 2 Charlie.
Delta 5, company 2 Round up 2067, taxi here.
27, way to Sun
Delta
Country.
2942.
Roger.
A319 at the CMH.
4270. Delta 2942, the wind is 0403, flighting 120, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, runway 4, cleared for takeoff, Delta 2942.
And it's about to get fast and furious again, huh?
Runway 4, Sierra, line up Boyd, American 360.
We'll taxi runway 4 at Sierra, via Sierra, and hold short of Sierra and tow to the Ember here for 3635.
Yeah, it's 4274 orbit.
This is former Northwest equipment, even though the registration number ends in NB. It's Delta Flight 290. I got a really nagging spot, just in the wrong spot on the screen.
American 362, the wind is estimated 0403 for now. Fly heading of 040, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff. All turns in the air.
040, runway 4, clear for takeoff, American 362.
Sky 5614, runway 4 at Sierra, line up Boyd.
Line up Boyd, 4 Sierra, Sky 5614.
Delta 29,
Oh,
42,
yeah.
120 on the heading contact. Archer Day, Delta 2942.
Even though it's toward the back of the line, we will get the departure from our WestJet Q400 off to Regina, Saskatchewan in just a bit.
And now on the roll is American Flight 362 headed to Dallas, Fort Worth. It's a 73-8.
59 at Delta, cross 21 to right, continue via Delta, Quebec. Delta, Quebec, cross. Wind is estimated 0403, flighting 040, all turns in the air, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 040, stay with you, runway 4, cleared for takeoff, Sky 5614.
Sun Country 635, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away. Sun Country 635.
Yeah, Sun Country 35, we're here.
Sun Country 635, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 is here, line up Boyd, Sun Country 635.
6.7.
26.7, total 675.
The Bravo,
American Airlines 362 off to Dallas, Fort Worth.
And the next departure is already on the roll. It's United Express, operated by SkyWest, Flight 5614 from San Francisco.
Short runway 4 at Mike 6, Delta 2462.
3630, flighting 120, runway 4 at Sierra, 7 takeoff.
120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Sun Country 635.
Sky 4270, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up away, Sky 42.
Cleared to go. The next departure coming is Sun Country Flight 635 headed to Nashville. It's a Tide Pod.
2462, Commander Tower 126.7.
126.7, Delta 2462.
Fly heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Sky 42.
Delta 2057, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
Line up Boyd at 4, Delta 257.
Sky 5614, turn left heading 320, contact departure.
Left 320, departure, good day, Sky 5614.
And next on the move is American Eagle, operated by SkyWest. It's headed to Iron Mountain. It's Flight 4270. It's a CRJ7.
Delta 2114 is ground, 4 at Sierra, taxi via Alpha, short of Delta.
Runway 4 Sierra, Alpha, Delta 2014.
Wind estimated 0403, fly heading of 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4, Delta 227.
Sky 22 Juliet, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 Sierra, line up away, 2 Juliet.
Yeah, look at that, folks. Look at the conga line that has materialized
Sky 4270,
on taxiway Charlie. Look at that.
Yeah, this is what happens when it's just one runway for departures.
Estimated 040 at 3, fly
Flight 2057 headed to Indianapolis, 73-9 ER. Speedway special, is that it? Going to Indy?
Yeah, might as well call it that. I like that. Speedway special.
And that's one big racetrack. I've actually been there. And already next up is Delta Connection Flight 4147 headed to Winnipeg, operated by SkyWest. It's an Embraer 175LR. Keeping them moving.
4178, wind estimated 0403, flight 120, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 40, Skywards 4178.
Delta 2751, runway 40, line up point. Line up point to 40, Delta 2751.
And Charlie, cross
Minneapolis Tower. Sending them off runway 4 as fast as they can.
This 12 Julia, flighting 340.
Now up is Delta Connection, operated by SkyWest, Flight 4178. They are headed to Rochester. That is not going to be a very long flight. This is another Embraer 175LR. Yeah, it's so fast and furious, and I'm trying to check in on our Discover.
Heading 120 for Delta 27. Look at 499, runway 40, line of point. 40, line of point. So just 631 right turn kilo cross, runway 4.
You'd stay on the aircraft for longer if not for the fact that it's just such tight spacing with these departures. That's a good problem to have. Well, if you're a spotter anyways.
120 and over departure, cast 4178.
Secondary 499, fly runway heading for now, runway 4 here, takeoff.
So checking in our Frankfurt flight on Discover, they're doing in 19 minutes. They are basically due north of us, and they are now starting to turn into, I believe, the extended downwind because
as you're on the corner heading to us, give me company 73, they wait for you.
Unless they decide to throw us for a loop, they should be coming in on runway 35. So we'll have to start to keep an eye on that, because you never know.
The Embraer heading to the right in sight, please. Got the Embraer in sight, Delta 2751. Delta 2751, maintain visual separation from that traffic. Wilco, Delta 2751. 2751, contact departure. Departure Delta 2751. .2591 flighting 360, report clear for takeoff. 360 heading runway 40, clear takeoff, Delta 25. Encore 3739, runway 40, line up point.
Line point 040, Encore 3739.
All right, already on the move for the next departure is going to be Delta Flight 2591 to Boston at 8321.
Secondary 499, maintain visual separation from that traffic.
Visual separation is not got to 499.
Secondary 499, contact.
Oh yeah, and we've got 165 coming in from Amsterdam that we'll have to keep an eye on.
39, full cross down.
They are due in an hour and 14 minutes.
Disregard that Encore. For 3739, flighting 320, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
320, runway 04, clear for takeoff, Encore 3739.
The 2287, runway 40, line of buoy, traffic will cross downfield. 508, runway 4 at Sierra, copy traffic.
All right, everybody, here's our Dash 8 Q400 departing runway 4.
And the wind calm, what's the gate today?
Headed to Regina.
And we're parking at the cargo, 7333.
That's cargo, thanks. 2347, turn right at Kilo. 360, contact departure. 360 departure, 4591. Delta 2462, Minneapolis Tower, traffic in position at Mike 6, cross runway 4, continue to the gate, monitor point 900. Cross runway 4 at Mike 6, continue to the gate, will be on ground point 9, Delta 2462. Air Soul 6075 on Papa, cross runway 4, contact ground point 8.
How about that, RJ? Got the Dash 8 departing on runway 4.
Runway south on Kilo,
Awesome
cross
sight.
runway 4, left turn Delta. Alright, hold down Kilo, clear 4, left on Delta, Birmingham. 320 on your heading and contact departure. Have a good flight.
Okay, 320 on the heading over to departure. Good day, Alpha 739. Port Sierra 329. 1, Fox 10, Sierra.
Delta 1471 Minneapolis, ground next time, go through metering. Your is approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
Heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, wind 01011.15.
Clear for takeoff, fly heading 300, takeoff runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 2287.
American 2222, runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
Runway 4 at Sierra, American 2222. Yeah, we can do that.
And next up for departures is 2287 is the flight number. It's Delta headed to Phoenix. It's a 73-9ER.
Thanks to gate runway 35, clear to land. The wind is showing calm.
And as I like to call them, those sharklet winglets.
239, taxi kilo cross runway. Wind 01011.15, flighting 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Take 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, 2222.
Denver 5029, runway 4 at Sierra, line of point. 2287, 300 on your heading, contact departure.
Just one after another. Here comes American Airlines flight 2222 to Charlotte, 73-8. You don't get much chance to catch our breath.
5029, the wind 01010.15, fly heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Delta 1036, runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
On a bullet, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1036.
Sierra, they will push into the alley.
Push into the top of the alley, push approved for runway 4 to the street, 55.
Have a great flight to Charlotte, American Airlines. Here's Endeavor Air off to Louisville, Kentucky.
2222.
CRJ-9.
Delta 1470, a little bit of a delay for you going to O'Hare. Not too bad. You release between
4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
5 runway, heading clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1036.
All right, small update on our Discover arrival, Alex. They're due in 9 minutes. They are to the northwest of us at this time.
Okay, we'll plan on that.
89, turn right heading 120, report the American 737 ahead and off the right in sight.
Heading 120, got him in sight there, 5029.
Endeavor 5029, maintain visual separation from that traffic.
Visual separation.
Endeavor 5029, contact departure. Delta 1630, wind is 3507.5, flighting 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, takeoff Delta 1630.
Delta 2867, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Runway 4 at Sierra, 52 heavy tanks. Alright.
For those 717 fans, we've got Delta Flight 1630 headed to Kansas City.
Turn left on runway 1 right and hold short of Alpha,
the right side in sight.
Inside, Delta 1036.
Delta 1036, turn right heading 120, maintain visual separation from that CRJ.
Right turn 120, maintain visual separation, Delta 1036.
2867, fly runway heading, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff for Euro, runway heading Delta 2867.
WestJet 1611, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
4 Sierra, line up and wait, WestJet 1611.
Delta 1036, contact departure, good flight.
Departure, good day, Delta 1036.
That was 201. Who's with me? Spirit Wing 2340. I'm sorry, say again.
All right, small heads up, Alex. We might be getting a mic taxi coming from an arrival that is coming off of runway 35 from Tampa. They are currently taxiing down the parallel runway to runway 735 at the moment.
to 1611, flighting 320, runway 40,
headed
clear for
in the
takeoff.
direction of being
Heading
off to
320,
our
40,
right.
clear takeoff, watch at 1600.
Delta 1555, runway 40, line up and wait.
40, line up and wait, Delta 1555.
A CRJ 900.
RDS behind us.
And already on the roll is WestJet. Flight 1611 to Calgary. It's a 73-7.
Sun Country 25, let's taxi runway 420 and contact departure.
Delta 2867, heading 120.
Ground Blue Streak 5593, ready to taxi with Sierra. Blue Streak 5593, make the left turn. 20, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
1204, clear for takeoff, Delta 1555.
Delta 21, 14, runway 40, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 4 Sierra, Delta 2114. Galaxy, what's our time for O'Hare?
57200, time now, 5.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
11
moving
flight
already is
320,
Delta Flight
contact
1555 to
320
Grand
departure,
Rapids, another 717.
261 Minneapolis going. Working on a time 42 O'Hare. Hold the push, I'll call you back.
Hold the push, we'll wait on it. I think it's 261.
Wind is calm, fly heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Fly heading 300, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 2114.
Delta 2821, runway 40, line up and wait.
4 Sierra, line of wait, Delta 2021.
Direct.
I'll try the cross 12, ready for Street 55.
5 to altitude leaving.
I know our friend Captain Paul Hansen would appreciate this. Got a Spirit A321neo.
Oh, yes. A salute to Captain Paul.
It's from Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson. It's an arrival.
Spirit wings 2647, the aircraft to the right, no factor at Delta Cross.
So this
21,
departure is
Delta
Delta
Flight
Flight 2114 headed to LAX 73-9ER. And what I thought we might be getting as a couple of taxi mics, unfortunately they are not going to give that to us. They
Got 3948, runway 40, line up
are
and
going
wait.
to be taxiing down closer to in front of Terminal 2.
3799, thanks, runway 5, you are clear to land.
That LAX flight needed quite a bit of real estate, used almost the full length of the operable section of runway 4 now.
The 2114.
It's not a full-length departure, it said. The Sierra intersection.
So Alex, we've got some viewers here that are really into helping us out here today, and we have one that is showing me we have the MSP to Amsterdam, or Paris flight, the A330 is, they've got their transponders on.
2 right turns there, kilo 80 kilo, please cross runway 4.
Kilo 80, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
I'd like to hear that.
Runway 4, and then it'll be left turn.
And I'm also back to tracking our Discover flight from Frankfurt, and I think of course we can't share it with the viewers at the moment, but they are literally right behind us on the downwind. I can see them.
Heading, I'll have you over to departure shortly.
I say when you go 21. 30 left,
Delta 4871, join the runway 3 from Alpha 7.
Okay, Alpha 7.
The wind is calm, flighting 300, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Heading 300.
Star 5001, runway 40, line up and wait.
I wait for Sierra, there, 5001.
2821, contact departure.
This is departure, have a good day, 2021.
2.
Next up for departure, Sun Country 295 to Portland, Oregon.
Heading 300, contact departure.
300, contact departure.
Turn kilo as well.
Right turn,
Skywest 4283, Delta 21, direct me via Quebec, monitor ground 14. 2321, Delta 21, direct to via.
Wind is calm, flight heading of 360, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Fly heading 360, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, there was 5001.
Blue Streak 5593, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Blue Streak, go ahead.
I'm 50 now, we're on frequency and monitor.
Tower frequency 1267 for Blue Streak.
We'll cut to 295, heading
All right, already coming our way for departures of Delta Connection, operated by Endeavor Air. It is
Flighting 360.
Flight 5001 to Toronto. It's a CRJ 900 LR.
Turn left heading 300, contact departure.
300 degrees over to parking, Sun Country 295.
Close straight 5593, flighting 120, runway 40, clear for takeoff, wind variable 3.
Heading 120, runway 4, and clear for takeoff, push 5593.
Denver 51, flighting 360, contact departure.
360 after departure, Denver 5000.
Denver 4982. Thanks, I just need your gate when you get on that.
Gate Alpha 6.
Blue Streak, the call sign for PSA Airlines that was audible moments ago. The CRJ 900 LR cleared for departure off runway 4, headed to Ronald Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital.
Cross 4, then monitor ground southwest 379.
15 under 0.9, he'll have more.
Currently tracking our Discover inbound flight from Frankfurt with the A330-2, and they are on the downwind and they're making the turn into final, and I think they're going to be doing a 3-5
taxi via Charlie 5
touchdown.
Charlie Alpha 7 onto runway 30 left, short taxi Delta. The 73 left, no factor.
593 heading 120, contact departure.
Heading 120, departure with the streak, 5593.
52 heavy runway 4 Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie, cross runway 1 to right.
Alpha Charlie, cross 1 to right for a 4-way departure at intersection Sierra, Delta 152 heavy.
Delta 152 heavy and A330-300 off to Paris, Charles de Gaulle tonight.
Alpha 7 on to 30 left and hold short at Delta for 43.
Oh yeah, they've pushed. They're taxing, right?
Let's make it easier actually.
Yeah, they're pushing from the gate.
From the left.
Yeah.
Taxi via Charlie 5.
So we're going to get a heavy departure.
And hold short of hotel.
All right.
Behind the United
United 467, hold short of Charlie 5.
Hold short of Charlie 5, United 467.
Convoy 4318. United waits for you. You can start out now via Charlie 5, Charlie Hotel.
RJ, I think we should do a spotter guide of the A330-300 to get people caught up on just some of the background information about the 330. It's just an amazing aircraft. It's a highly underrated wide-body aircraft. A common sight at any major metropolitan airport here in the United States and abroad. Take your pick.
Go for
MSP
it.
Airport is a hub for A330s. All right, here we go. Here's our spotter guide on the A330-300, presented in part by our friends over at DG Pilot. You can see the stats on the left of your screen. All of Delta's A330-300s were ordered by Northwest Airlines. In the early 2000s, they were delivered. Now, not all of the A330-300s could be delivered in time, because Northwest placed a massive order for these aircraft. And they debuted in the early 2000s. Most of them are ex-Northwest equipment, the ones that are Pratt & Whitney powered. Now, the outstanding aircraft on that Northwest order that was delivered post-merger 2008 onward have the GE engine choice for Delta. But Delta kept the registration suffix for their A330s to end in NW, or November Whiskey. And as we like to say, Northwest.
Red tails forever, red tails for life.
Indeed.
Delta 2825.
Yeah, these aircraft also are no joke, over 200 feet long. And I'll tell you what, they have a stunning presence when they depart at MSP Airport. The amount of air that gets displaced is incredible. When you're this close as we are today, we are going to see it. And if you're watching, if you're not here at the viewing area, I'd love to send those vibes your way, but we get to feel it here.
Feel the roar. And our Discover flight from Frankfurt is getting close. We should almost be able to see them, and I do see them on final now.
Charlie, Alpha.
Very tiny.
Runway 3 is left, short of Delta.
So we're going to swing over. We're going to grab our Discover arrival.
Charlie, Alpha, Alpha 7.
This is from Frankfurt, Germany.
Short of Delta on foot 43.
We've also got a Delta departure to SFO taken off. We're going to ignore that 737 because we've got some heavies either on their way out or coming in. And here is Discover Airlines from Frankfurt, Germany.
I know 1531's ready to stop.
$76, 300 contact departure.
On the heading of 300, over to departure Delta 756, stay now.
1531, Minneapolis, runway 4 at Sierra, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 120, 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, United 1531.
Runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1471.
Endeavor 530 sequences the Delta C series that's to the left.
So there's Discover arriving.
Trail the heavy bus.
All right, Endeavor Air, we see you. Got a CRJ 900 taxi on Mike. Endeavor Flight 4982, an arrival that came in on 3-5 moments ago from Wausau, Wisconsin. That's north central Wisconsin, in case you need a reference as to where in the wide world is Wausau.
I've been there. Skied at Granite Peak, formerly known as Rib Mountain. It's a state park there. I want to get back over there one of these days and check that park off my list.
And here's United off to Chicago O'Hare with the MAX.
360, clear for takeoff.
Flight heading 360, clear for takeoff. Runway 4 at intersection Sierra, Delta 152 heavy. Charlie, the 4 at Sierra behind the Airbus.
All right, everybody, are we ready to feel the thunder from the A330? Cleared to depart is Delta 152 Heavy with the A330-300 off to Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
My salute from roll to rotate. And our Discover arrival is off the runway behind us. When she gets a little closer, she'll be going right by us on Whiskey. But
yep, we'll get
other things are more important at the moment. We got to get our A330 departure to Paris.
Charlie, cross, runway 12 right.
Oh, you're looking, Roger. Ocean 52 heavy on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Whiskey, hold short of runway 4 to gauge it back.
Also somebody up on their step ladder wanting to get a good view. Got a nice little spot over there, front row seat to this A330 departure. Here we go, off to Paris for Delta 152 Heavy.
Point 9er, question point 8.
Alright, we'll monitor on point 8, and behind the Embraer, or behind PSA, we'll go Delta and Quebec United 14.
Q-line go on 15. Sun Country 681. Your push is approved. Runway 4 at 0.
Push approved. Runway 4 at 0. Country 681.
Traffic pulled in position on Quebec, cross runway 22, monitor ground on point 8.
Stop runway 22, monitor ground on 4 Sierra, Delta 25
040 at 4. What's the gate?
360, actually stay with me.
Delta 152 heavy.
Sun Country 1042, turns Yankee to Kilo, cross runway 4.
Yankee to Kilo, cross 4.
152.
There's Sun Country 261 currently in frame off to Chicago O'Hare.
0 Delta 152 heavy.
Joining taxiway Charlie. And lined up for departure on runway 4, Delta 2612, off to the Music City. That's Nashville, Tennessee.
Turn right heading 120. Actually, flight runway heading, runway 40, good takeoff.
And we're just about within view to show our Discover A330 as well.
That's right, well,
yeah, they'll have to hold, I think. Maybe.
Discover's going to have to be the one to hold here because this 737's got to get out of town.
Yep, they're on the roll.
1-2 right, thanks for checking.
Right, Charlie, Blitzstreak.
All right, so here's our Delta flight to Nashville. They'll go first, and then Discover might be cleared to cross afterwards. We'll see.
347, thanks for P5, you are clear to land, the wind 0704.
Clear to land, 35.
Minneapolis Tower on Whiskey, cross runway 4, continue via Whiskey 5, traffic holding in position.
And there's our Discover A330-200. Now, despite the mask paint around the cockpit windshield that resembles an A330-800 or 900 Neo, this is not an A330 Neo. They just painted it to look like one. This particular aircraft also sports the GE CF680s. That would be the engine type. Now, if you get the Dash 300s for Discover, most of them have the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 option.
Ocean 52 heavy. Are you with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, 1471, runway 40, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
So Discover Airlines is making their way over to T1 at Concourse G where their gate's located.
So Alex, we've got our UPS A300 arrival on final coming in.
It's from Chicago Rockford, right?
Louisville.
Oh, Louisville. Okay, so they're sending us a couple tonight.
And it looks like they...
Delta and Charlie 2 behind and
be number 2 for arrival. There's an inbound Alaska Airlines flight from Seattle, and then they're behind them.
Okay, one more time now for 681.
Here's Delta 1471 with a A3 or A220-300 off to Chicago O'Hare.
And I love that smell of jet fuel.
Turn left, heading 300, clear for takeoff.
300, clear for takeoff, for Sierra, Endeavor 5304.
Endeavor Air 5304 just given takeoff clearance on runway 4, headed for Fargo, North Dakota.
1471, 120, contact departure.
Heading 120, over to departure, Delta 1471. Bravo, now.
Sun Country Airlines, roger, taxi via Lima, cross runway 4, and hold short, and then Lima 3, hold short, runway 35. Hold short 35. Country Dan, question Sun Country 890, turn left, heading 300, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 3004 at 0, clear for takeoff, Delta 2971.
Delta 2971 off to Dallas, Fort Worth. Given takeoff clearance, it's an ex-Northwest A320. Salute time, RJ. Ooh, ex-Northwest aircraft outbound.
Thanks for that. I'm checking on arrivals.
We always give the red tails their
2732.
Always give them their proper salute.
Make the left turn there at 0, left turn Delta, and then use Charlie 2 to there. Let me know what you need.
Ground Delta 160 heavy.
Okay, you know what? Contact ground point 9. I don't have time to talk to you right now. A3, Minneapolis ground. Runway 4 at 0, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, I did find that other UPS flight coming in. That's the tri-holer.
Delta 2971, turn further left heading 280. Report
UPS 568.
Left turn at 280, we'll report Delta 2971.
Are you ready for departure? Or Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up
Well, looky what we have here. What just pushed back for Amsterdam? That's Delta 160 Heavy with our A350-900, so we'll be seeing that get out of here pretty soon.
So our tri-holer with UPS has got a scheduled arrival at 5 o'clock.
Running right on time.
Yep.
Sun Country 261 we just caught a glimpse of earlier. Now departing runway 4 off to Chicago O'Hare.
120, clear to take off 2732.
Delta 2971 heading 280.
2971, thank you. Contact departure. Have a good day.
Departure Delta 2971, you as well.
528 at Charlie 1, give way to a Sun Country tow.
And cleared across to 12 right at Michael. 346.
120, contact departure.
120, over departure.
Heads up, folks, got a C-130 arrival on runway 35.
4 at Sierra, line up and wait, Blue Street 9959.
The Hercules is in the house.
Envoy 4318 behind the heavy bus off the road. Runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via runway 3.
Here comes Delta Flight 2732 headed off to LaGuardia. 73-9ER.
59, wind estimated 0704, runway 4 at Sierra. 23 the R. Fly runway heading clear for takeoff.
4 right, 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff. Runway heading Blue Street 900.
Sun Country 681, Minneapolis, runway 4 at 0, line up away.
Runway 4 at Sierra, Sun Country 681.
2732, heading
Delta 160 Heavy's on the move, taxiing its way over to runway 4. We'll catch it in just a minute here.
Delta 2732, departure.
It's another CRJ launch off runway 4. It's for American Eagle.
When able to continue via Charlie, Delta, Kilo 3, hold short runway 35.
Charlie, Delta, Kilo 3, hold short 3.
120, report the 73 ahead to the right in sight.
120, we'll report if we have it in sight, Blue Street 9959.
And I'll have the heavy go behind you. Continue now via 3 left.
Next up, we got a Sun Country departure off to Houston, Texas.
59, maintain visual separation with that traffic. Contact departure. Have a good day.
Separation and we're departure Blue Street 9959.
Sun Country 681, runway 4 at 0, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 120, runway 4, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 681.
53, Minneapolis, runway 4 at 0, line up away.
Runway 4 at 0, line up away, Denver 50, expect to be free.
We're just waiting for that Sun Country 737 to start rolling. Here it goes.
But you need 7, change it in monitor ground on point 8, he'll have for you.
5.8, 7.
So guess what, Alex? We're going to get a whiskey taxi on our C-130.
And monitor ground point 9 under the alley.
I like the sound of that.
347, yeah, my Freeman.
And quite literally, too, here, as we can hear the buzz start to approach our position and get louder and louder as that C-130 makes its way over here.
Contact departure today.
2120, At 60 heavy, turn right at EJ, Yankee, hang up apart.
Minute 0704, runway 40, turn left heading 280, please for takeoff.
Runway 4 at
3527, Minneapolis, runway 40, line of way.
Runway 40, go.
Look at those props. There's Big Sexy, the A350-900 in charge of Delta 160 Heavy, making its way over to runway 4. It's going to be one of the highlights of our show here today.
All ground, take up. Heading 280, contact departure.
Heading 280 over departure there.
SkyWest, flight 3527 to Memphis, and Embraer 175. And you know, we missed our UPS arrival.
We had a CRJ or an A3, or no, the C-130, excuse me, and the A300 to pick between, and I'm sure that most of you will agree that, yeah, the C-130 is probably the better pick.
Yeah, it's hard to show everything whenever there are things that happen at
We can only do so much out here.
Yeah, especially with this configuration.
Heading 120 over departure, SkyWest 3527.
Minneapolis Tower, Kilo, cross runway 17, right turn Lima.
Embraer 5226 to Bismarck.
Runway 40, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 120, 40, clear for takeoff on 143.
So 167 Minneapolis, runway 40, line up away.
And runway 4 at Sierra, line up away, Delta 160 heavy.
heading 280, contact departure.
Already on the roll going. Next is American Eagle, operated by Envoy. Flight 43118 to Chicago.
657, runway 40, taxi, Delta Sierra.
Runway 4 at Sierra, turn left heading 360, clear for takeoff.
360, left turn off of runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 160.
All right, here we go, folks. It's A350 time.
Push through, plan runway 4 at Sierra.
160 Heavy is cleared for takeoff.
0 contact departure.
120, departure on way 43.
3267, Minneapolis Tower, caution white turbulence, cruise departures, heavy Airbus, runway 4, 0, your discretion, line point.
Oh, our viewer, thank you, Josh, for the update. Our A350 arrival from Seoul is about 20 minutes out.
Let's look at that. We have one A350 departure, and then shortly after, we'll have one arriving.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on that one, because I know, as I mentioned earlier, the last time I was out here to help with the stream, we got a surprise arrival on runway 4 when they came in, when 4 was active.
And runway 4 has been used multiple times for a few heavy arrivals. So we are keeping our eyes and ears open and peeled for if that becomes the case where we actually will get a lucky runway 4 arrival.
All right, so I'm starting to track them, and I'm going to keep a very close eye on her.
There you go. There's a nice shot over towards the end of T2. All those Sun Country tails. Fun stuff. Speaking of Sun Country, yes, we're going to get a Sun Country departure.
Sierra, taxi via Delta Sierra.
Delta Sierra, room 4.
At Mike 6 across runway 4. Sun Country 67280, contact departure.
280 over departure, guys, 657, good day.
7107 Minneapolis, runway 4 at 0, wind 3508, turn left heading 280, clear for takeoff.
Just look over towards Terminal 1, Discover to the right of your screen, and KLM
107 for Vegas, you up?
with a big 777-300ER and a rare cameo to MSP Airport today.
Sun Country 107 tower, yeah.
Yep.
107 way 4 at 0, turn left heading 280, clear for takeoff.
Left 280 on the heading, clear for takeoff on 4 0.
Josh says, looks like a high chance of a runway 4 landing with their current heading, and that's in reference to Delta 170 Heavy.
Yep, I'm tracking it, Alex, and this is the way it's looking. They're 9 minutes out.
You got to be kidding me, though. Yeah.
Right now,
so
they're lined up.
Yeah, they're making a,
yeah, right now they're lined up with a 4 arrival.
They're making a beeline for runway 4.
You know, after they did that the last time I was out here, it's something to keep an eye out for. They did it once, they could do it again.
And it looks very much like they're going to do it again. Now, the reason why we're getting excited is because that is so rare, even with the modified operations pattern due to construction on the South Parallel. It is uncommon. And under normal operations, almost never happens.
Contact departure.
What departure, temperature 107, good day.
And it harkens back to the days of Northwest Airlines when the 747s would routinely use runway 422 for not just departures, but also arrivals. Josh, yes, we're hoping that Delta 170 Heavy does not make a downwind turn. And that would mean a standard 3-5 arrival in the ops pattern today, and would not be a runway 4 arrival, which we really hope that we get to see. It happened once before on our live broadcast. Actually, it was during the same broadcast as the Discover inaugural service. So it was back on May 2nd this month. And when that A350 RJ glided in and made a nice smooth landing on runway 4, and I just thought to myself, you know, with all the celebrating going on over there at T1 for Discover launching their service to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the focus being on that airline, I'll tell you what, Delta sure had a nifty spoiler as far as who has the best moment of that broadcast. That A350 runway 4 arrival, that was something else.
Well, I'd say the closer they get and the more they don't change, I think we're going to be in luck. And they are under 10,000 feet.
Sean saying hello from Bemidji, Minnesota. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in to our Sunday broadcast of live plane spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Hope your weekend is going terrific.
605 Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 4 at 0.
And they are getting really close to passing over Flying Cloud.
Awesome. Eric says, hey, y'all. Happy Sunday. Well, happy Sunday to you, Eric, as well.
For runway 4.
On ground meter tray again.
Tower 26-7 for runway 4.
Affirmative, 26-7, runway 4. Sun Country 605, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 4 at 0.
Clear to push, runway 4 at 0, Sun Country 605.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape, one of our regular viewers, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hello, everyone from Green Valley, Arizona. High today of 83 degrees, by Thursday, 102.
Minneapolis, start runway 4, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
120, runway 4 0, clear for takeoff, that's 365.
Daniel, one of our awesome MSP Airport Live members, says hello, everyone. Happy Sunday to you, Daniel. Thanks for tuning in. Clock Channel says, I wish JetBlue still was at MSP. A part of me still kind of wishes they were too, so it's kind of weird, you know, after spotting for so many years and getting familiar with JetBlue, not seeing him anymore is certainly a little bit weird. So RJ is continuing to track Delta 170 Heavy. Do we have an update?
Well, they've just started making a little bit of a turn after they went by Flying Cloud. And I was really optimistic, but as they've been making this turn, I'm still holding up here a little bit.
Delta 365 departing off runway 4 with a 737 to Cincinnati, Ohio.
I can see them off to our right. If that, I'm pretty sure that's them. And I have a feeling our hope for a 4 landing, I'm not so sure it's going to happen with that, if that's them. They teased us.
Like 6 heavy, minutes ground, push approved.
Unless they're going into a downwind and they're going to circle back around.
05012, gust 20, 35 to the left.
Looks like they're still too high to approach runway 4.
Monitor ground now, 0.9er.
So they're headed due south.
12 right to the gate, Delta 2812.
We'll see what happens.
Exactly.
126.7. Have a good day. It was 4169, monitor tower 126.7. 126.7, goes 41.
So November 417 Delta X-Ray, that was in charge of Delta 9 Heavy earlier that arrived from London Heathrow, is getting a tow. It's getting pushed back from the gate.
Down whiskey to whiskey 3, hold short, may 1 2.
Looks like they might move it somewhere.
Whiskey 3, short of 12 right, 2812.
I'm willing to bet that's where 170 Heavy is going to go.
When you're ready, Alpha 5, cross, runway 30 left, then join whiskey 1 to the ramp.
Alpha 5, clear cross 30 left, whiskey 1, it's heavy.
So the 2012 at whiskey 3, cross.
05, Minneapolis, runway 4, Sierra, turn left.
Next up for departure on runway 4, Sun Country 605 to Phoenix Sky Harbor.
Okay, cancel the clearance, hold short runway 4 and advise.
Short runway 4, Sun
It's
Country.
a 737 in the simplified titles livery. Should get there in just a minute, though. They just started moving after pushback, so they just started their taxi.
All right, our 170 from Seoul is starting to make a little bit of a turn, and I think we might be a little out of luck. This turn is true as to what they're actually doing. They're getting into final approach position for runway 35.
That's okay. We'll still see them pretty clearly as they come in on runway 35.
And then they'll taxi by us.
Yep, on taxiway whiskey.
Can't get it all.
Yeah, I doubt that they're going to do a mic taxi, but we'll see. I wouldn't expect it, though.
How about a whiskey?
Yeah.
And
you got to make sure it's a good one, too.
so it looks like they'll be currently they're number 3 for arrival on runway 35.
That's okay. An A350 is still an A350, and we'll get a really nice view of it as it will gently glide down to make contact with 35 as it passes T2.
This Sun Country 605 headed to Phoenix 73-8.
That's 4169, Minneapolis, 4 Sierra, turn right, heading 120, good for takeoff.
Right turn 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 and Sierra, sky is 4169.
4523 Minneapolis Tower, wind 3607, gust 20, runway 35, to the land, where you park. 35, BCR, 45. 605, contact departure, good day.
Departure, good day, Sun Country 605.
So heavy is visual 35. No, one, heavy Minneapolis Tower, 35, to the land, what's the gate?
Golf 6, Delta 1, gust 2 ahead.
Gust 3568, Texas Street, head Yankee with Mike, Papa, cross turn launch right, hold short, runway 4.
Mike, Papa, cross 1 right, hold short of 4.
All right, as we're focusing in on our next departure, it's going to be SkyWest. Flight 4169 headed to Chicago Midway, an Embraer 175 LR.
Six Heavy, affirmative, at Whiskey 1, cross runway 30.
Roger, Whiskey 1,
Hey folks, got fuel? I know that Swissport has some.
4169, contact departure.
Contact departure, Skies 4169, good day.
Delta 170 Heavy. Next in line for arrival on runway 35.
Amend your route, continue via Whiskey, Delta, and Papa. Cross runway 4, cross runway 1 to right.
Left turn Delta, cross 1 to right, Papa to the gate, Gas 3568.
Gas 3568, monitor ground now, 0.9er, see ya.
568.
We've also got a A321 making its way over to runway 4 for departure. So we'll see that in just a minute. But first, our A350-900 arrival from Seoul, South Korea. This is the longest flight out of MSP.
Yeah, there they are.
There they are, the Eagle Wings.
Guard 4523, straight ahead, join Whiskey, use Whiskey. Mike 6, hold short runway 4.
Runway 4, break 35.
Yeah, you had to do a wiggle around that thing.
1605, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, turn right heading 120, cleared for takeoff.
Taking off runway 4 at Sierra, and what was the heading? Delta 1605.
1605, heading 120.
Heading 120, Delta 1605.
So they left from Seoul 11 hours and 41 minutes ago. So they've been in the air for a while. They'll be glad to be back down
That's right.
as they've reached their destination.
Tower, look at 640, visual pre-time.
640, Minneapolis Tower, 35, line 1040 at
Smoke on touchdown.
620.
Delta, there it is, a Delta, every 50 is landed. There it is, a Delta, every 50. The Delta.
Next up, we got a A321 lining up with runway 4.
There it is.
RJ, where is this one off to?
Oh, I was zoomed in on our big sexy arrival. Our next departure off of runway 4 is headed to St. Louis. It's Delta Flight 1605, an A321.
So 17 Heavy, take straight ahead, join Whiskey, hold short runway 4.
And Big Sexy is now in sight behind us, so she will taxi by us here momentarily, most likely, and hopefully on Whiskey.
Air 523 at Mike 6, cross runway 4, Delta to the gate, monitor ground, 0.9er.
To the gate and ground point 9, breaking 4523.
The wind has also picked up a little bit here too, RJ.
Yeah, a little bit.
And now that was in the forecast, so it's nothing unexpected.
To be at Quebec Charlie, cross runway 12 right.
but certainly nothing like it was when I came out here Thursday. That wind was whipping. In fact, I think, what was it? The second flight coming in for the day from Amsterdam, is that what, 163?
Yep.
Okay, so they were late. I think if I remember looking back right, they were late leaving to begin with. And then, of course, it was quite chaotic here because of only runway 22 being open for both arrivals and departures. They
runway 4,
came in a rather different route. They circled south of here for a while, and then they got diverted to Sioux City.
And continue on whiskey to whiskey
Yeah.
5.
Then the A330 diversion to Sioux Falls. That's an airport that does not even have the facilities to take on an aircraft of that magnitude.
Yeah.
But they did one heck of a job scrambling at the last minute. I'll tell you what, those airport ops people over at FSD, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, at Joe Foss Field, they know what's up.
Yeah, and then I
Straight up pros.
I kind of kept a track of them. And they eventually got back in the air a couple hours later, and so they were quite late, but they did finally make it in here because the wind, as I know I've already said, was really whipping here on Thursday.
Gusting to 40 knots at times.
So with the way the arrivals were being routed, and with the way my house kind of sits, with the approach pattern, they went by me on the downwind, and I stood outside my front door and watched them going by. Of course, I was tracking them on my Flight Radar 24 app on my phone. And then a minute or two later, then I went out and stood on my patio and watched them on final coming in to land on runway 22. Because the the pattern, the arrival pattern was quite interesting. And then, of course, the delays here were unfortunately more than what we would like to have as well. But
it was in the top 10 of most disrupted airports across the globe at that time, according to the Airport Disruption Index, or the ADI for our airport, was ridiculously high. And that's what happens when we get down to one runway. Easy enough for me to say there. But when you have runway 22 ops, and when you have winds blowing with that intensity, it just becomes a mess here for arrivals and departures. Now, it's fun to spot it, but boy, does it give our controller friends and even just the flight crews here that fly the aircraft that we enjoy watching every single broadcast, just a significant headache. Delays, nothing but delays.
That was a good day. It was maybe needed to take a patience pill.
Jet 640, taxi via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 4.
That wind was something else.
Oh.
I was running an errand on that day, and I went to open the car door, and it just flew open.
Hang on.
I'm like, whoa, that's... Hold up here.
Yeah, it was one of those days, if you were sitting, when I was out here, I was sitting in my car. You could literally feel the wind pushing your car around, even though it was parked and it was not running.
Yes.
And I know I did get up on one of these benches a little bit, and I didn't even feel comfortable standing up on one of these benches because the wind was so strong.
There's no way I'm standing on a step ladder or setting up our camera in those type of conditions. Now, we've got 2 sandbags on the camera tripod, our whole camera apparatus here. Like, it is planted firmly, and it's not going anywhere. I mean, even if it gets quite a bit gusty, it's not going to take off, it's not going to tip over and fall or go anywhere, because there's a lot of weight on it to keep it stable. But even then, I was kind of thinking, you know what?
It was 4236, Monte Tower 126.7.
We'll just leave our broadcast for another day.
Minneapolis, wind 060, gust 15, runway 35 to the land. Where you parking?
Also, next week, folks, an old friend returns on MSP Airport Live. Eric Paul will be back with us. for the first time in over a year since we've had him on the program. He's a terrific spotting friend of ours and just a really great person all the way around through and through. Loves aviation, loves people, and he's got a really excellent broadcast voice too. And he does some really cool documentation of just, you know, diversions, all the special stuff we get here at MSP. He's a videographer. He also does travel vlogging too. You should go check out his YouTube channel. First Experiences, spelled with an X. First Experiences in Aviation and Travel, or FX Aviation and Travel.
Go Charlie, back on whiskey over there.
He's got a lot of stuff from his San Francisco and LAX trips too that are worth taking a look at. He's got some really good footage out there.
236.
So bravo, Eric.
Turn left, heading 320, quick takeoff.
And Eric was actually one of the founding supporters of this channel.
Charlie 1.
That original group, Eric, Logan, and myself,
Okay, behind the citation wall.
got this project going off the ground. Eric Paul made a huge contribution, was a major player in that. Somebody we don't get very often, but I wish we did. And he knows his airplanes too. I mean, he's pretty smart. So it's always a joy to have him on if we can get him. It's also been a little while since we've had Captain Paul Hansen on the broadcast. But I'll tell you what, the airline he flies for has kept him nothing but busy.
Oh, the couple to 240. Charlie 1, Charlie 7.
SkyWest flight 4236 headed to Hibbing.
Hibbing, Minnesota, that's in the Iron Range north of Duluth. That's just stunning country up there, the Arrowhead region of Minnesota. The Iron Range, the North Shore, all of it.
Well, I know being a Minnesota...
Even the Boundary Waters.
Yes, and I've never been up in that area either.
So fun fact about our managing producer, Micah Larson, he's actually up in Ely, Minnesota. So he's up in that region of the state. It's also been a pretty trying time for some of the communities up there and the residents because they're battling some pretty significant wildfires that have just gone out of control.
They're saying an hour on the up for Denver, so 22:45.
There's a lot of firefighting.
We're talking to the company.
There's a lot of firefighting. Aircrafts, helicopters, all pitching in to stop the blazes. And Ely Municipal was a major base of operations for a lot of these fires. It still is. Even the Two Harbors Airport. Delta 165 Heavy now at MSP Airport airspace. It's an A330 arrival from Amsterdam, who may make it a touchdown on runway 35 in several minutes.
This departure, Sun Country 1491, headed to Columbus. Yeah, that's why I was on pause there momentarily. I was checking in and tracking our Amsterdam arrival to see where they're at.
Go 365 miles, sorry.
Well, they're basically passing by us to the southeast at the moment.
What aircraft got the call today?
365 Minneapolis Tower, where you clear approach?
A330-3, registration number 828 Northwest.
Sun Country
1491,
0 contact departure, good day.
It's one of the 330s delivered to Delta post-merger with the CF-680s.
So no Pratt & Whitney engines. Our old Donald Irop would not have liked that.
taxi via Yankee
He had a pretty famous quote, though, too,
Oh,
about
yes.
General Electric. He did not like GE one bit.
Oh, no, he did not. Back during the time frame of when my dad was flying, when he was in charge, he had a thing for Pratt & Whitney, and when they ordered, you know, new aircraft, because if he wanted a GE, he'd go out and buy a toaster. And that was a real comment. That's no joke.
Number 5331, ramp tower 131.52.
He wasn't, I think in ways, real popular with, you know, people with the airline during that time, but one thing was for sure, he knew how to run that airline.
We're at Sierra, taxi via Delta Sierra. We're at Sierra, taxi via Delta Sierra, 326.
So for those who don't know, who is Donald Nyrup, RJ? We both know who Donald Nyrup was. But he was a pretty influential figure in Northwest's history.
Well, during the time frame when my dad was flying for him, he was, the, as I call it, the big boss. And, you know, more so back in those times, the airlines owned their airplanes.
Yeah.
So
I think they still do to an extent, although quite a few of them are leased as well.
So I remember times when, you know, my dad was going out with somebody higher up within the airline with a nice big checkbook to Seattle, because they, out at Boeing, they had a new airplane ready for delivery. So they would go out and write them a nice, really big check, and say thank you very much, and fly it back here.
We need a minute for us.
Yep, our 165 from Amsterdam is definitely on the downwind now at this point.
Delta 2528, amend your route to continue via Whiskey Delta, cross runway 4.
But yeah, he had a thing for Pratt & Whitney big time back in those days, and the one thing that was done to make it easier for maintenance, it was basically the 747 engines were the same as the DC-10 engines. So from a maintenance point of view, they were the same Pratt & Whitney engine.
Josh said, I didn't know KLM flew into MSP. Nice to see this airport growing its international routes. Actually, KLM has been a common fixture, a seasonal fixture at MSP Airport for a long time. Goes back to the days of Northwest when KLM would also fly in here too. KLM and Northwest, they formed the very first airline alliance that the industry had ever seen. This whole airline alliance thing with code sharing and bound sharing, all that stuff. Northwest and KLM started that. They started this whole alliance thing. To read the history about it is really fascinating and is worth a look. And there's an excellent resource to go and look at all the fun facts and historical information about Northwest Airlines, kind of some of the stuff we've been chatting about today, through our friends at the Northwest Airlines History Center. You can visit them online in their online archives at northwestairlineshistory.org. Go check them out. They got a really cool exhibit space in the Crown Plaza Air Hotel, a stone's throw away from the Mall of America and MSP Airport. Absolutely free to check out the history and the Northwest story in person. They got a lot of fantastic displays too, and they have an excellent base of volunteers, which RJ, you can attest to that as well. Just a fantastic organization, fantastic people. Always happy to promote the Northwest Airlines History Center.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I've been out there twice this week. I was out there doing a shift on Thursday, and then I was back out there again on Friday. We had a flight attendant class reunion group came in for a visit on Friday. That if I remember right, dates to 1981. And the one thing that we did when they arrived was that those of us that are volunteers over at the History Center, we all took our turn and introduced ourselves and explained our connections. And of course, I expressed mine, being the fact that both my dad and my Uncle Bob were pilots, as well as my mom was stewardess back in the time. But though some of the the people that we had in that were a part of this class actually got a bit emotional because it meant so much to them to be there and also to kind of reconnect with some of those that they hadn't seen in a long time. Some of them are actually still flying and some of them are not anymore, but it was sure nice to get the chance to meet them and chat with them and learn about their times with the airline. And they even made mention of somebody in their 80s that is still out there flying.
Again for the
2516, taxi to Kilo Delta.
5, turn left on Mike, and then at Papa. Cross runway right at Papa, hold short of runway 1, on Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, left turn of Mike, and Papa, hold short of runway 4.
And our 165 Heavy coming in from Amsterdam is now number 2 for arrival on runway 35.
4301 Minneapolis ground, you'll be behind the Sun Country 73 opposite direction. Goes 4266 Minneapolis runway 4 at the route, turn left heading 30, make it left heading 320, clear for takeoff.
Good takeoff, runway 4, turn left heading 320, 42.
Sun Country 8652 Minneapolis runway 4 at 0, line of
Stepping off headset for a second. Big shout out to friend of the show, Robert, stopping by the viewing area to say hello.
Denver 5331 Minneapolis, runway 4 at taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross my country right.
So our 165 Heavy from Amsterdam is next for arrival on runway 35.
Denver 5331. 5331, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross my 12 right.
To right.
Kilo Delta 4, hold short of 12 right, Delta 2262.
And they're now in sight. Alex, do you see them?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Bye-bye, Sierra J. It's not that we don't care about you, it's just that we got more important stuff to catch here.
Give it 3685. Traffic holding in position on Papa, cross runway 4.
So everybody that's on board flight 165 coming in from Amsterdam, that's for them today has been an 8-hour and 20-minute flight.
Contact departure, see ya.
Always a little bit slower westbound because of headwinds.
35.
Country 8652, runway 4 at 0, turn right heading 120, cleared for takeoff.
Turn right heading 120, runway.
And there's Delta 165.
Goes 4301 Minneapolis, sorry, 40, line of plate.
40, line of plate, 430.
Oh, boy. Oh, brother.
Gate number.
Oh, I see her. As soon as you started to say that, I knew something was up, and I turned around, and Big Blue was pushing.
Cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Turn Kilo Delta, clear to cross 4.
We're going to get our KLM 777 headed back to Amsterdam as KLM Flight 250.
It's not just the 200ER, it's the 300ER, it's the big one.
Turn left heading 320, cleared for takeoff.
Left turn 320, runway 4 clear for takeoff,
42, heading 120.
Now the reason why KLM has been sending us the 777 recently is because 787 Dreamliners are out of commission. And that was purely the result of improper maintenance that they received by KLM that sidelined them out of service for the time being. So that has sent the airline into scramble mode to try and find backups. So the 787-9 is the equipment that usually comes to the Twin Cities for KLM. But because of this unusual and unfortunate situation, this whole maintenance mishap with 787 Dreamliners, KLM's got to find something to get the peeps from AMS to MSP and back, and well, the 777-300ER got the call up to do the service today to the Twin Cities, and we are super fortunate to see that. Now, originally on the schedule, KLM was planning the 777-200ER. Then it got upgraded again to the 300ER, so they upped it. Don't know whether it was a business class demand thing or if it was an equipment thing. Not sure what the exact reason behind the mighty 777-300ER being here is. We're going to soak up the sights and sounds of this behemoth. They were also supposed to have departed an hour and 50 minutes ago, almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours late.
Yeah, unfortunately late coming over and delayed going back.
This is not usual for the most punctual airline at MSP. KLM is on time almost all the time, 99.99% of the time. And this is the 0.01% of the time that they're not. But if it gives us the 777-300ER, I am all for it.
And you're about to get photobombed by Delta 2963 headed to Washington. A former Northwest A320, registration 356 Northwest, and of course she's getting the roll to rotate salute.
runway 4, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross runway 2 right. Right, 4 here.
So our focus for the time being is going to be on our KLM 777-300ER, RJ.
Of course. I just knew that photobomb was coming, so I figured I'm going to just give everybody a heads up.
20, contact departure. 20, departure, Delta 2963.
And it may not be the only one. We've got a little bit of a line developing down to end of runway 4 for departures, so as they reach the end and start their takeoff roll,
15, your company taxi via Kilo,
they're going to come into view as well.
Company, Kilo,
but yeah, that is one big airplane.
2574, monitor point on her now.
I know of at least one time that I've been on a 777 with British Airways, but it's been a while, so I don't remember if it was a -2 or 300.
Turn right, heading 120, good for takeoff.
Because it happened when we came back home from one of our cruises in Europe, and we flew back non-stop from London Gatwick on British Airways into Tampa.
KLM 250 heavy monitor,
they still do continue to fly that route.
126.7.
And I believe that's when we were on the 777. And with all the craziness here on Thursday, I think it was Thursday that had also happened, I caught an A330 coming in from Tampa. So it's not abnormal to have a flight coming in from Tampa, but what was abnormal was that it was being operated by an A330. I found out from one of our guests at the museum on Friday that that particular aircraft was being flown up here because it needed to get to maintenance because of a mechanical issue, and it was in Tampa to operate the Tampa-Amsterdam flight, which was ultimately, unfortunately, canceled because of that mechanical. So, I got my question answered in that way.
Airport 12 right, Delta 25.
That's Delta Flight 2885 headed to Milwaukee, a former Northwest Airbus A319. Registration 364NB.
Security 1701 Minneapolis. Wait for a Delta 73 to pass from your right.
One more Delta departure.
5 heading 120, contact
Operated
departure.
by Endeavor, headed to
Heading
Madison.
120, have a good day,
And
Delta
after
2885.
that,
Good.
we'll get Big Blue.
Look at that, the 330 and the 777 in that one shot there. That was super cool.
Heading 120, quick for takeoff. Okay, left 250 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 40, line up away. Runway 04, line up away. Good, I'm 250. Delta 2260, correction, Delta 2226, turn right. To be a kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Kilo, Delta, cross 4, hold.
Delta 1476, wheels up for Detroit is 8 minutes to 10 minutes past the hour. Hold your position. I'm just going to get one more in front of you, I believe.
All right, just past the hour, we'll hold here, Delta 309, runway 40, turn left heading 360, cleared for takeoff. Turn left heading 36004, clear takeoff, and 25. Sarah 5331, heading 120, contact departure. Departure, Sarah 5331.
65 heavy, continue via Delta Alpha, cross runway 12 right to the gate.
Delta Alpha.
All right, here we go. KLM 250 heavy. Off to AMS with the mighty 777-300 ER. Let's watch and listen.
Approved. Let me know when you're ready for taxi.
It's at 352, runway 35, clear to land, the wind is 0209er.
Tower 126.7. The 25, you give way to the opposite direction, Black Emperor, then continue via Charlie, Charlie 1 and Delta, hold short runway 12 right.
Charlie, Charlie 1 and Delta, hold short. I'll be heading 30, contact departure, have a good day. Departure and heading 360, KLM 250.
What a stupendous sight, the 300 ER variant of the Boeing 777.
5120 Minneapolis, runway 40,
thundering off runway 4, of all things, on our live broadcast.
We've got a good crowd of people out here enjoying all of this nice weather today and all the activity that just witnessed that departure.
Yeah, everyone's having a good old time out here. I mean, why not? It's an excellent day to be out and about.
Bearings 2048, runway 40, taxi via Quebec, Delta.
And that's just half of the viewing area, by the way, that's jam-packed. I got here to set up a few hours earlier, and it was just hard to find a spot here.
Taxi runway via
it's just nuts how busy it is, especially on Sundays, which with a day like today, it doesn't surprise me. And especially if you got runway 4 or runway 22 active, oh yeah, that's going to bring people out to enjoy some fun sights and sounds of commercial aviation at the airport any day on a day like this. We got Key Lime Air with our X-Air Charter Tour aircraft, if I can find it here. Here we go.
Country 1701, continue now via Sierra, that traffic to 73 will wait.
Free runway 35, clear to land, the wind is 008 to the gate number.
35, clear to land, Charlie 24, sir.
Sorry, Charlie 24.
Affirm, Charlie 24, sir.
Thank you.
Here's Key Lime Air with the jet black painted ERJ 145 LR.
20, contact departure, good day.
It's in that livery because A, they haven't painted it in their colors yet, and that paint scheme was used by the previous owner, an Air Tour charter company that owned the jet before it was sold to Key Lime Air.
I'm not setting 300, clear for takeoff.
3004, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 1701.
Six.
All right, I just passed this fun little portion of our stream today off to my friends in the Netherlands, and yeah, they were the ones that told me about the issues as well with the 78.
Niner.
Point, Delta 2463.
On some luggage, or some packages, actually, it's UPS. That just went by.
No thanks. I didn't order anything.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, we got a Sunny on the move, departing runway 4. It's Sun Country Airlines with the 737-800.
It's at 352. If you can make the right turn,
Headed to Salt Lake City.
Follow the behind the Airbus, please. Check to be at November, Kilo, Delta.
Love the Tide Pod.
Cross runway 4.
November, Delta, cross runway 4.
It's at 352. Monitor point 9 or no.
Country 1701, heading 300, contact departure, good day.
300 departure, Country 1701.
Delta 2226, via Delta Quebec, cross runway 12 right.
Cross 12 right, continue Delta Quebec, Delta 2226.
3032, runway 4 from Sierra taxi via Lima, November, hold short, runway 35. Country 3032, on November, short of runway 35, tower 123.67.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 0108, departure turn right heading 120, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
On departure runway, or signal 120, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 1476. Continue Delta Alpha, cross 12 right, Delta 2521.
Mark 989, Minneapolis Tower, wind 0108, runway 35, to land. What's the gate number today?
Turn last for Echo 12.
Good haul, thank you. Go 3653, turn right, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, cross 4 and short of 2 right, guys, 36 feet.
So to answer a question about the timeliness of Discover Airlines tonight, they're not on time. We're expecting a 5:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time departure. But that's fine with us because we'll be on the air at that time anyway, so. Here's Delta 1476 off to Motown. That's Detroit, Michigan.
1476, could approach.
We're also going to get a banana boat departing off runway 4 here in just a bit. This is our A321neo that we saw come in from Atlanta earlier, and now it's on its way back out.
Left to right.
November, Blue Cross, 17335.
And it's headed back to Atlanta. We also have Shamrock coming in. She's next for arrival on runway 35.
120, wind 0.
Bring it on. Air France is also due in as well pretty shortly.
Go 3653, monitor 9er.
All right, I see Shamrock.
732.35, legal bridge.
Secretary 3032, monitor tower 126.7. 267, United 732, runway 35, clear to land. What's your gate number?
35, clear to land with Echo 7. 732.
Go 7. Endeavor 49,
Hear the autopilot
ground point 9er.
disconnect in the background.
Speaking of our Air France arrival, Alex, she's on the downwind to the southeast of us,
Alaska 353, Minneapolis ground push approved.
finding their place in line for arrival.
Alaska 353, push approved for runway 4 Sierra.
3032, Minneapolis, 4 Sierra, line up and away.
All right, everybody, now in sight is Shamrock. This is Aer Lingus from Dublin, Ireland with A321XLR.
2454 is on 2035. Delta 2454, runway 35, clear to land, wind 0407, what's the gate number?
Land 35, parking Charlie 3.
The office of Paul Hansen, right?
Yeah.
Shamrock 989, turn right at Kilo 08, turn right onto Kilo. Taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Traffic 8 base, then right turn Kilo,
Hey.
cross 4.
Sun Country 3032 with a Prime Air livery 737-800 Boeing converted freighter is about getting ready to go to Cincinnati.
Sun Country 3032, wind 008, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
1204 Sierra, clear for takeoff, 3032.
Cross runway 12 right.
All right, Delta Whiskey Charlie, Quebec, clear to cross 12 right, Coast 3653.
Free guard 4523, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 4 from Sierra.
Push approved, 4 from Sierra, America 4523.
Endeavor 4992, Minneapolis ground, taxi to park via Sierra Charlie, Quebec, cross runway 12 right.
Sierra Charlie, Quebec, and now cross 12 right.
35, clear to land with 05010, what's the gate number?
35, clear to land with Charlie 14.
Charlie 14. At 732, turn right, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Sorry, left contact, Kilo Delta, hold short.
Contact departure, good day.
Departure, 3032.
Taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, cross 4, hold short, 12 right.
Shamrock 989, monitor ground, on point 9er now.
About ground point 9, Shamrock 989.
All right, checking in on our UPS tri-holer from Louisville. They are due in 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
They're currently up at 32,000.
Thank you for the kudos, Jeff. Jeff, one of our fantastic MSP Airport Live members, says, thanks for the great coverage and shots, guys. Appreciate you both and enjoy your shows. Well, thank you. We appreciate your viewership as well.
7.35, clear to land when 05011.
Yep, same here. I was not happy when I missed out on coming over to take over for Micah last time when we had the power outage. So I was looking forward to get out here again and helping out today.
Taxi via Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Yeah, thankfully we won't run into any more of that.
No.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was fun having to run into that. No, it wasn't. And we tried fruitlessly for an hour to see if we could resurrect the thing, and you know, after a while it was clear to us that, yeah, we probably have to lick our wounds and regroup for the next broadcast.
Number here 4523, flight uniform taxi off of Echo 14. Free Air 4523, runway 4 from Sierra, taxi to Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie, runway 12 right.
12 right.
We're going to get a Shamrock taxi over in front of T2.
Cross 4, 12 right, Delta 50.
That we are.
They've stopped routing the arrivals coming in on 35, going past us on Whiskey.
Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie, cross 12 right, Free Air 4520.
Kind of backtracking down one of the parallel taxiways of runway 1735, and then they're cutting across and passing by in front of T2.
Yeah, that's what we want them to do, though.
Yeah, they're
because
easier.
They'll be in view of us.
Yep. They're further, but they're easier to see.
Alaska 352, runway 4, Sierra, taxi via Charlie 5.
Thank you, MSP Tower, by the way.
Behind an American
if I haven't said it already. Oh, they're a fun bunch.
353, we'll taxi Charlie 5, Charlie, cross 10 right, Alaska 353.
Alaska 352, cross runway 12 right, and your sequence will be behind the American Embraer, heading to your right.
There we go, there's Air Lingus.
12 right, we're clear to cross 12 right, behind the American Alaska 353.
Delta 1028, Minneapolis ground, push up through runway 4 from Sierra.
Cleared to push and runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1028.
Monitor point 9 now.
Monitor ground point 9, Delta 1533.
Number 4992, you can taxi around here ahead.
Oh, finally, Alex, we're going to get a 7-5 rocket ship departure.
Well, that's what I want to hear.
Yes, I'm just, kind of checking in to see who's got their transponders on and what we might have coming up for departures. And we're going to be getting, at some point, Delta Flight 1028 headed to Atlanta. Their transponders on from the G concourse. And they will be pushing back here shortly.
Delta,
headed to Atlanta.
Hold short of runway 12.
And of course, that only means one thing. It's a former red tail. And it's a Dash 300. So we haven't had a 7.5 today.
Not yet, we haven't.
But we got to fix that.
Looks like we are going to get our fix.
35 November, monitor tower, Sun Country
8663.
Ground 7, United 732.
This is Alaska Flight 353 off to SeaTac, that's Seattle Tacoma International.
Just taxi via Delta, the alley there, cross runway 12 right.
Cross 12 right, Delta into the alley, thanks, United 732.
This is 737-800.
Ground, continue via Delta, Quebec, cross runway 12 right.
Delta Quebec, cross 12 right, Delta 2454.
So we have some coming and we have some going.
That's right.
And that's Delta 2454 that came in from Washington.
Turn right at Q8.
An A320, former Red Tail,
Taxi via
371 Northwest.
Short runway 4 at Whiskey.
We turn on Kilo 8 straight ahead, Whiskey, we hold short runway 04 at Whiskey, Air France 34 Tango.
Affirmative. Delta 2887, monitor ground point 9 now.
Ground point 9, Delta 2888.
Breaker 4523, Minneapolis, Terry 07.
Yes, sir, Breaker 4523.
Breaker 4523, wind 040 at 10. Turn right, heading 120, 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 120, clear for takeoff. Runway 4 at Sierra, Breaker 4523. Right.
Delta Quebec, cross 12 right, Delta 1533.
And in just a moment, we're going to get Air France taxiing right by us on Whiskey. We'll cross runway 4, headed to T1 for arrival.
Alaska 353, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4.
Oh, they snuck in on us. Boy, did they ever.
Well, they ain't going to be sneaking out on us, I'll tell you what.
No. I mean, we're so preoccupied with everything here in front of us on runway 4 with all the departures that we lose track of the arrivals on 35.
Alaska 353, Minneapolis Tower, wind
There goes American Eagle,
turn left heading 360,
operated by Republic
4 at
Airways.
Sierra,
Flight 4523 headed to LaGuardia.
Sierra, heading
Embraer 175 LR as they're climbing out.
Okay, crossing 135 and we'll cruise tower at the runway 6.
All right, in just a moment, we'll get Air France.
Delta 1127, turn right,
Dreamliner.
via Kilo, Delta, cross
And
runway
next
4.
up for departure on runway 4, it's that Alaska flight to Seattle Tacoma we just talked about. We just saw a few minutes ago.
Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, hold short. Stand up. Charlie, and then we'll have more on Charlie for Delta 28.
Navy to Delta 10, 20.
Country 8663, Minneapolis Tower, 4 at Sierra, line up away, traffic will cross downfield.
Let's do out Charlie, hold short of Tango, cross from 12 right.
Let's go to 4 at
63, Minneapolis Tower, up.
go cross 12 right, Delta 10, 20.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic will hold in position on Whiskey, cross runway 4 at Whiskey 7. Hold short of runway 12 right. We cross runway 04 on Whiskey 7 and we hold short at Whiskey 7 Air France 63 for Tango. Sun Country 8663, Minneapolis Tower. Sun Country 8663, traffic crossing downfield, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
Final wave running 4 Sierra.
Turn right, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta cross 4, short of 1 35, 22.
Turn left heading 300, contact departure today.
Okay, left turn 300, over to departure left 353, have a good day.
Sun Country 8663, wind 070 at 10, turn left heading 360. Runway 40, clear for takeoff.
And if we remember to capture our arriving UPS flight from Louisville, our tri-holer, she's due in 20 minutes. But we've been known to get preoccupied with all of our departures here on runway 4 today.
And our heavies as well.
Oh, yeah. And here comes our pencil.
The pencil is taxiing right now, and the departure on runway 4, it's a Sun Country 737 in the delivery scheme.
We'll continue clear cross 10 right, 1028. Kilo Delta, cross 4, hold short 12.
So at the moment, my flight radar is not telling me where they are headed, but
it gives us all the other deets.
Yes.
Slang for details.
Delta 1613, Minneapolis Tower, runway 35, clear to land, wind 06010. What's the gate?
All right, everybody. 757 time.
663, contact departure today. Departure, Secretary 663.
Yep, this is the Atlanta departure that I had mentioned. Our first 7.5 for the day. And she's a Dash 300. Registration number 588 Northwest.
2496, monitor point enter.
I don't always say the N at the beginning because they all start with N.
9, turn right, taxi via Kilo Delta. Cross
all of the 757 300s are ex-Northwest equipment.
Cross runway 4, hold short 12, Delta, put it up there.
Delta 1028, continue via chart.
Continue via chart, Delta 1028.
All right, so we're going to do our spotter guide on the 757 300. This is a really impressive aircraft. It is the largest narrow-body twin jet ever assembled by anybody. These aircraft are overpowered. They are certainly a spotting staple at no matter what airport you go to, especially the Dash 300 variant. Only 55 of these were manufactured by Boeing from 1999 to about 2004. So a very limited production run. Northwest Airlines got a baker's dozen, 13 of them. Now, they originally ordered 20, I believe. They scaled that back after 9/11, and then they tried to tack more on, as many as they could, before Boeing phased out production. And Delta inherited all of the Northwest 757-300s at the 2008 merger, which Delta still proudly flies to this day. And it's actually longer than the 767-300ER, which is a wide-body aircraft. Imagine that. It is one spectacular aircraft, a mighty machine indeed.
She will be next for departure. There's other aircraft down there, but they are not departures.
Hold short of runway 1 right.
They are arrivals doing that that other route for taxiing off of runway 35.
Runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Turn 120, quick pickup runway 4 at Sierra Delta 1028.
All right.
They are clear to go.
Sierra. Push through, runway 4, show 681.
Get ready because they have a wicked buzzsaw sound when those Pratt & Whitney engines are running at full thrust. It's music to the ears of aviation enthusiasts. Not so much the general public. All right, here we go, RJ.
I'm salute ready.
The 1613, turn right, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4.
Country 389, Minneapolis Tower, runway 40, on a point. Line up runway 4 at
monitor point 9er.
Point 9er, Delta 13.
Delta 1613, monitor point 9er.
Point 9er, Delta 13. Delta 941.
The 941 Minneapolis Tower, runway 35.
Always an incredible sight.
0 at 8. What's the gate?
757, 300. Oh, look at that.
29.
Look at the smoke.
Continue via Delta, Quebec, cross runway 12 right. Delta, Quebec, 1 cross 1. Country 389, wind
There are nothing wrong with those engines.
120, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff. Right, 120.
I believe that's unburnt fuel or that's oil getting burned off. Probably some of you in the comments who know can speak to that effect.
And I know I've shared this before. When you fly on a 7.5 and you start your roll for takeoff, you feel that thrust more than anything. Those are big engines on a narrow body airplane.
No, the 412, turn right, taxi via
You will
Kilo,
feel yourself
cross runway 4,
kind of a little bit deeper into your seat.
Delta cross 4, short of 12 right, 412.
runway 35, clear land 10609er, what's your gate?
Land 35, box 13.
Box 13. runway 4.
There goes 813 Sierra Yankee. It's the only Sun Country 737 in the fleet without winglets.
Right, runway 4 Sierra, Quebec, Charlie.
The aircraft was originally delivered to Sterling Airlines.
OS 3522, give way to United Embraer.
So here's a little bit of interesting information, Alex, from Jeff and Mass 1. He says, FYI, ATC classifies the Boeing 75-2s and 3s as a heavy because of their wake turbulence, and he also says gorgeous. Absolutely. We think it's gorgeous too.
Yeah.
Because we're standing right here watching it and sharing it with everyone.
That's the best looking narrow body jet that's ever existed. Move over A220. Nuh-uh, no. The 7.5 always for me takes the cake.
35, clear land 10610, what's the gate?
AKA why it's nicknamed the Flying Pencil and also the rocket ship.
Echo 11.
Exactly. That aircraft is empty. You could do a vertical takeoff with that. And that's what they did when they test flew the thing.
I bet that was fun.
Talk about an unrestricted climb for a fully fueled up and empty 757-300. Yeah, they are overpowered. Same with the 757-200. Even more overpowered. The power to weight ratio on those aircraft is just ludicrous.
Sure. 81 taxi gate Papa.
They are a bit on the cramped side from what I've heard, as far as the seats go, and maybe the flight deck as well. But they are just a joy to fly, from what I also hear. For the people that, or from the people, I should say, that currently work on them or have flown the type.
Delta 12, Minneapolis ground, City via Delta, Quebec, cross runway 12 right.
City via Delta, Quebec, cross.
UPS tri-holers now down to 8 minutes.
Goes 4178 Minneapolis Tower, 35, clear to land, the wind is 070, what's the gate number?
Land, runway 35, going on Charlie 26.
Delta 2212, turn right at Kilo 3, correction, at Kilo 8, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 2 right.
Alright, Kilo 8, Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, hold short 2 right, Delta 2212.
Delta 941, monitor point.
Point 9, good day,
Tower Delta 946, visual 35.
Delta 2946, runway 35, clear to land, wind 0608, say the gate number. Sorry, Delta 2946, I might have stepped on you. Runway 35, clear to land, say the gate number. 1217. 2212, monitor ground, point 9er.
Ground point 9, Delta 2212.
Isaac, thank you so much for tuning into our live broadcast today. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Isaac says, haven't paid attention to MSP in a minute. What a vibrant mix of airlines. Absolutely. Yeah, this is spring and summer spotting here at MSP Airport, and it's about to get even more colorful with the anticipation of Turkish Airlines starting service. They were supposed to have started it this month. That ain't going to happen. And even last month and the month before, I had a gut feeling that this is not going to happen at all, and that the airline was over-optimistic. The same thing happened in Denver. Yes, Turkish inevitably showed up, or eventually, I should say. But it was almost a year, or around a year after they had announced, hey, we're coming to Denver. And we're going to be coming around this time. And then when the time came, it was nothing but crickets. That's what we've gotten as well. So when Turkish Airlines gets here to Minneapolis, St. Paul, when they announce that inaugural service date, I'll believe they'll be coming here. But until then, nuh-uh. I'll believe it when I hear it or see it. And here is in the official announcement.
So just for kicks right now, I've been following, because I found it on Flight Radar. Of course, we can't share this, but we currently have a UPS 74-8 freighter passing by us above us at 40,000 feet, headed to Anchorage. We can see, I can see them, because we've got enough blue sky above us to see him up there.
Want to give a shout out to our friend Robert. Says, great seeing you as always, Alex. Likewise, buddy. Hope you have a great rest of your show. We'll certainly do our best. Take good care, friend. Will you too? Let me see if I can.
Yeah, they're up there.
Delta 2012 Minneapolis, and Brown, continue taxi at Delta, cross runway 12 right. Delta, cross 12 right, Delta.
I don't think I can get them. Well, we tried.
Yeah, it's a big zoom to get them when they're that high.
Well, also, my viewfinder on the camera is only so bright.
Envoy 4303 Minneapolis,
yep.
continue via Delta, cross runway 12 right.
A variety of contrails up there. Everybody's going in their different directions. When you see them, it's always curious to figure out where they're going.
Yeah, those overflights are something special, huh?
All right, so our UPS tri-holer is now number 3 for arrival.
Delta, cross
it's 568 heavy from Louisville.
Yep.
Delta, cross 4. Kilo Delta, repeat it all for 2040. 46, hard right turn there, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, Kilo, then hold short, from 12 right at Delta. I got Kilo, cross 4, Delta, hold short.
So that's United Express, separated by Mesa Airlines, headed to Houston.
568 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 35, clear to land, the wind 03010.
Go. We got our MD-11 landing clearance for runway 35. Well, we're also mentioning cargo heavies. I think it's important also to point out that we've got a FedEx 767 also due in. Well, we are on the air tonight broadcasting. It'll be an arrival from Memphis, Tennessee. FedEx 798 heavy.
Shuttle 680, turn left heading 280.
Left turn 280, shuttle 680.
Speaking of which, they are due in at 5:50
turn right
p.m. Central Daylight Time. So in less than 10 minutes, we'll have the arrival of our FedEx 767 in addition to our UPS MD-11 that is on final approach for runway 35 right now.
And I have found our FedEx flight coming in. So I will switch my focus to that for arrivals as soon as our UPS tri-holer comes in.
Shuttle 81, contact departure.
I'll call it the cousin of the DC-10.
It is. It's the bigger cousin to the famous DC-10. This is a Delta flight from San Diego out ahead of the MD-11.
The one thing that my dad loved when he flew the 10 was the big cockpit windows that the 10 had.
Clear to land 10209, stay the gate.
But the MD-11 also sports as well.
All right, so we should be able to see our tri-holer. Yep. They are next for arrival.
Envoy 4303, the Delta is waiting for another wing walker. Once they're at their gate, you can continue as able. Alright, the Delta.
And of course, that's why they carry the extra landing gear in the back, because they have the capacity to handle the extra weight.
2006, monitor point.
And as a result, they carry extra fuel. My dad caught a little bit of flack once because of that extra landing gear, but then my dad could fire back and say, hey, well, I'm bigger and I can fly further than you.
2521, runway 35, clear to land, 03088, to the gate number.
35, clear to land, Golf 11.
Golf 11. Delta 2148, monitor point 9.
Point 9, monitor, Delta 2148.
There they go.
UPS 568 heavy, turn right at Kilo 8, go straight ahead to Whiskey, taxi via Whiskey, Tango, correction, Whiskey, Yankee, Tango.
Kilo 8, Whiskey, Yankee, Tango.
Ground when the Embraer behind your tail now is past, which is approved, runway 4 for Sierra.
And our FedEx coming in from Memphis is about number 4 for arrival. About 5 minutes.
Delta 2006, Minneapolis ground, continue to get Delta Alpha, cross runway 12 right. Delta Alpha, 12. Atlas 4178, do you know if your outbound clearance is available? It looks like we have one outbound, Charlie 26.
One call, Scout 4178.
Right. Delta 2483, turn right, taxi to Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo, Delta, 4, hold short.
Delta 1324, you're pushing through. FedEx 798 heavy, runway 35, clear to land, wind 05011.
Here they come.
That would be FedEx 798 heavy from Memphis, Tennessee with the 767-300 ERF.
Yeah, they're now number 2 for arrival.
Ground. Continue to get Delta, cross runway 12 right on the other side.
Flight coming in ahead of them is coming in from Green Bay.
Delta 2148, Delta, cross runway
We will
12
be
right.
hitting them.
Ground, Delta 148. Do you want us to merge the Charlie via left turn on the runway, or
Gerald.
on
Oh boy.
and Charlie?
Delta 2148, you can just merge onto it from Alpha or Bravo.
See
That's your
Gerald.
choice.
Yes.
Delta
Gerald.
2148, Roger. Either Alpha or Bravo over to Charlie.
Come here, Gerald. We heard that.
Bring some goldfish.
Probably best to leave
Yeah.
Gerald on his food-finding mission to himself. Do not feed the animals.
Exactly.
I think he was in here somewhere.
Push at 1900, runway 35, clear to land, wind 04012, what's the gate?
Gerald's hiding. He's a little camera shy today. He's like, nope.
Not happening.
Also, keep in mind, folks, we still have yet to catch Discover
Go back to your gate then.
departing MSP. Now, they were supposed to have departed,
Hold short of runway 12 right.
but they are quite rather late. As was the case with KLM, but that was fine. We got the arrival and the departure
43 taxi Kilo Delta
of that amazing 777-300ER. So FedEx 798 Heavy next in line for arrival on runway 35, November 174, Foxtrot Echo. The registration on that aircraft has the assignment tonight from Memphis to Minneapolis, a 6-year-old Cargo 767 variant.
Delta, Quebec, cross runway 12 right. Delta, Quebec, cross 12 right, Delta 24.
And behind our FedEx arrival, we've also got Swoop inbound as well.
Clear to land, wind 02011. What's the gate number?
It's our Swoop livery WestJet flight from Saskatoon up in Canada. But here is our FedEx Heavy arrival from Memphis.
So 1324, your wheels up to O'Hare is 57.
There we go. There's our FedEx arrival. And now we've got Swoop swooping in to land on runway 35.
Cross runway 13 right. Change the taxiway Charlie and the taxi Quebec to the gate. Okay, after crossing Charlie, Quebec to the gate. Delta 24.
We'll see Swoop here on the horizon in just a minute. They're a little ways out.
1324 And Delta 1324, I'm just going to start moving you towards the runway. If you get it sorted out, you might be able to make your time. So, is that good enough for you? I don't think we're going to be able to time them with this fault that we've got. More time trouble. 1324, Roger. For now, start taxiing towards a disregard. Yeah, you can just hold the position there. We'll hold here. We'll listen up. 1324. L 2981, visual approach 35. L 2981, runway 35, clear to land, wind 03011, what's your gate? Runway 35, clear to land, Delta 2981, Foxtrot 8. Runway 1 to your right. Delta, cross 1 to right, Delta 25.
So those coming in on the Swoop arrival, if you'd been on the left side of the airplane, you would have had a great look
1900, turn right.
At the Mall of America over there.
Cross runway 4, hold short of runway 1 to right.
There's a couple of really big, good-sized hotels over there that people are seeing on the stream as we're showing those arrivals.
The Radisson Blue and the JW Marriott, both attached to the Mall of America.
Yep.
461 Heavy, set up with both
461 Heavy.
So there it is. There's the nation's largest shopping mall, the Mall of America.
Delta 25, 21, got a heavy 330 pushing off the Gulf 13 next to your gate. 25, 21, and they changed their gate to Gulf 12 now. Delta 25, 21, Rogers, use caution. Actually,
so there's a JW Marriott Hotel.
Delta Bravo, cross runway 12 right.
And then that other building off to the left here in the distance, that's the Radisson Blue. And there's some sort of office building that's attached to the mall as well there. As we can see Southwest gliding in. Yeah, so there you go. There's the Mall of America. And off to our right, everyone's favorite Swedish furniture store, IKEA.
Yeah.
Continue taxi via Delta, runway 12 right. On the other side, Charlie, Quebec to the gate. Information, Delta departure information.
So fun fact about the Mall of America, was actually built on the site of Metropolitan Stadium. Opened as a minor league ballpark in 1956 to attract a major league team. It did when the Washington Senators moved from D.C. to Minnesota to become the Twins in 1961.
Super Tug 4, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Met Stadium also played host to the Minnesota Vikings, the Minnesota Kicks, which were a minor league soccer team, and a whole host of other events as well. In addition to the primary tenants being the Twins and the Vikings. Now, the Minnesota North Stars NHL team from 1967 to 1993 played in a venue called the Met Center, which is across the street. Actually, the former Met Center site is in the parking lot next to IKEA. So that's where that old arena used to stand. There's also a pretty swanky hotel that was also across the street from the Metropolitan Sports Complex that got torn down in recent years, the Thunderbird Radisson Hotel.
I remember that. We stayed there sometimes to go swim. And some other interesting info as it relates to the Mall of America. If you know where to go to look, they have some markers in there in the middle part of the mall, which is Nickelodeon Universe, which is the theme park. There is a marker on the floor in two different places to note where the 50-yard line was, where home plate was, and a red chair that's up on the wall that noted the landing spot of a very notable home run that was hit by Harmon Killebrew.
That was the furthest hit home run at Met Stadium, I believe.
Yeah, there's so if you're in the mall and you're out in that area, if you are close to the flume ride, where people riding that ride, they come down the hill and hit the water and then kind of look up. That's where the red chair is, and then there's an information sign in that area. If you're over closer to where the rock bottom plunge ride is, that's where the marker on the floor is for the home plate.
Delta, Bravo,
and then if you're kind of cutting across the middle area, I'm trying to describe.
That rock bottom plunge roller coaster is a fun ride. Gerstlauer, who is the manufacturer of that ride, did an excellent job in the planning and engineering of it.
Yeah, I've been on it. And then the other marker that's in there, it's kind of in the middle. If you're kind of walking across towards like where the Ferris wheel is, from like say in the vicinity of where Lego is, it's on the floor, and that would have marked the 50-yard line.
Here's some more swoop.
I do believe that.
So 2203 Minneapolis Tower, wind 030 at Niner, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
I think Discover is pushed.
Yeah, I see you. It's our A330-200 going back to Frankfurt, Germany. Pushing back from Concourse G. We'll get the departure here in just a few minutes. And if you've been watching for a little while, just tuning in, or even if you've been here for our entire show, we want to welcome you to MSP Airport Live's plane spotting on a very awesome Sunday afternoon and evening from the Twin Cities hotbed for aviation at MSP International. It's been a little while since we were last on the air. Couldn't have picked a better day to get back on the air and do some spotting here. We had Discover.
Tower 1044, visual for runway 35, we're going to Charlie.
They came in earlier. We had KLM, the highlight of our show today. They brought in the 777-300ER. That's the largest wide-body jet that airline has in its arsenal. And that last-second equipment swap was a symptom of a interesting conundrum for KLM. They had 7 787-9 Dreamliners that received improper maintenance, which then had to be sidelined until the issues could be corrected via an airworthiness directive. That really threw KLM's long-haul network into a spin. Now, the original equipment that was supposed to have flown here today for KLM, in place of one of the Dreamliners, which is the typical assignment to Minneapolis-St. Paul, was supposed to be a 777-200, but then that got upgauged at the last minute to a 777-300ER.
Monitor ground on point niner.
777-300ER is the stretched version of the 777-200. The Dash 200 is the base variant of the 777. It's the world's largest twin jet ever made, but it will be surpassed by the 777X and has. And of course, we also have a little bit of heat haze too.
Cross runway 4, join Delta, hold short of runway 12 right.
Alright, return Kilo, cross 4, Delta, hold short of 12 right, Delta 1620.
Now, this was earlier. Our friend Daniel Swanson said that there was a tornado on the ground near Denver International. Ugh.
3 Laura.
This 2863 Minneapolis Tower.
Yeah, this has just been a very unfortunate and wild severe weather year here in 2025 across our great nation.
Ocean 461 heavy Minneapolis ground, runway 4 intersection.
And our hearts also go out to the folks affected by the tornadoes and the severe weather that got struck recently in Kentucky and even in Arkansas. Boy, that region of the country has just been slammed constantly with threatening weather, dangerous weather. We're thankful to have avoided most of it up here.
Make the left turn to Alpha 4 there, your first left turn to enter runway 30 left. Taxi down the runway.
Now, when it comes to severe weather up here in Minnesota, we typically get that maybe middle or later on in the summer rather than in the late spring.
Yeah, we were fortunate on Thursday because there were sirens going off in the Twin Cities area because some of that weather that went through here did spawn some suspicious looking clouds.
Some SLCs, as it's known in the weather community, some scary looking clouds. There was an actual wall cloud, though, that passed over downtown that was just pretty concerning. But a lot of the storms, though, thankfully, they were pretty disorganized. There wasn't enough spin to really, tighten the rotation and really get something damaging produced on the ground. But these storms, they carried quite a bit of hail and wind with them, too. So they still had a bit of destructive element to them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, passing on that 321, all the freeway for you.
Yeah, and you know what, Alex, as it relates just a little bit, When I worked the state fair last year, we had some wild weather one morning, and it delayed the opening by a couple of hours. And a couple days ago, I got my email to start taking care of things as a way of being offered to work again this year. So I'm planning to do that, and I'll get all that taken care of and go do year number 3.
I don't know, there's an event also going on at the State Fair here coming up pretty shortly. I'm thinking about going to.
The milk run is maybe what you're thinking of, and then there's the spring event that kind of coincides with that.
I think it was that spring event that I saw.
Yeah, it's next weekend. I actually registered for and planning to do the milk run. It's a 5K, and it's actually held right on the fairgrounds.
Nice.
And then for those that are participating, it does include a ticket, for the event, because you have to be able to get onto the fairgrounds in order to do the 5K. So it all kind of coincides with each other. And one of the things that it includes is we get a free ride down the giant slide.
Okay, I'll skip that room first.
On the event of this next weekend.
Also, for those who don't know, the Minnesota State Fair is the best state fair in the country. Sorry, Texas.
AKA the Great Minnesota Get-Together. Yeah, we're going to be biased.
Oh, yeah.
Kilo, cross runway 4, Delta, hold short runway 12 right.
Yep, nothing like being where I'm at and being one of the people scanning all those thousands of tickets.
But one thing's for sure, if you go to the fair, you're always eating good. What was the strangest thing that you saw at the State Fair this year as far as food items go?
Well, there's so much food to pick from. For me, I guess I just like to go with the old reliables. You know, the Pronto Pup, the cheese curds.
Oh, the mouthtrap cheese curds. And
yes, from the food building. And then Sweet Martha's cookies.
Yeah, if you go to the Minnesota State Fair, please do yourself a favor. I don't care if
go with an
you're
empty
on a
stomach.
diet or not. Right, go with an empty stomach. If you have to fast the night before, do so. Do it.
And then, you go to the dairy building, you can get some good things there.
I'm hungry just thinking about it.
Yeah, there's been a new vendor the last couple of years with the donuts. I've noticed the trailer actually has a Florida plate on it. And I think the first year that I worked the fair was their first year, and the line was like down the street. They were set up close to the 4-H building.
Yeah, the Sweet Martha's cookies. If you ever go to the Minnesota State Fair, get a bucket of Sweet Martha's cookies. One for yourself and one for someone else. You will devour the whole bucket.
Clear cross 12 right, continue via Delta, and we'll let you know if we have
And also you got to get the mouthtrap cheese curds as well. Had some visitors, RJ.
Yes. Always.
How was the day inside the 657? Final 5.
Yeah.
Here is Discover with the call sign of Ocean on its way out to runway 4.
Gust 18, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Yeah, this is in the older Eurowings Discover livery.
Tower 3861, taxi straight ahead on Yankee. And then Whiskey, Mike, on Mike, cross runway 12 right.
And of course, the State Fair has the grandstand, and they bring in some top name performers to do nightly concerts. as well as a number of other stages on the fairground property, and one of them that I don't know if I'll be able to do it or not because of what my schedule is there. Los Lobos is on the schedule for the bandshell.
Delta 1324, unfortunately I am going to have
the Liney Lodge.
Fire one up, let me know when I can get you moving.
So it'd be fun to see them because I used to like their music.
From one's right, then ankle over to Charlie.
But with the time, I'm not sure if I'll make it or not. I know at the gate that I'm at, we can hear them when there's groups playing.
Yeah.
So that makes the gate that I'm at pretty fun to be at because you get to hear all that action in the background.
7 minutes ground, push back a free runway 40.
And I'll tell you, there are people out there that are die-hard fairgoers. They will do every day, all 12 days of the fair.
Ocean 461, heavy towers 126.7, happening.
127, Ocean 461, bye-bye. Minneapolis 7, good afternoon, Ocean 461, fully ready.
Ocean 461, Minneapolis Tower, traffic for 30 right on a 1-3 mile final. Fly heading 360, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Ocean 461, traffic copied, the departure heading 360, runway 04, cleared for takeoff. Ocean 461.
Short of 12 right, Delta 23.
Actually, might change that. 23, make the turn on whiskey. Use whiskey, whiskey 7, cross the line.
I just love hearing those handoffs
Whiskey 7, cross
from ground to tower frequency with the way that our scanner's set up.
23, repo,
what do you guys think?
Charlie, and then left turn, Charlie 2.
Because usually when it comes to setting your scanner now, pretty much every live stream has the scanner feature implemented these days. But to get the tower and the ground frequency, I've just really been fond of that.
5-6.
So our scanner can automatically switch between both.
Right turn on Yankee. We'll go Yankee.
It's just super fascinating to hear the handoff between the ground and the tower controller with a particular aircraft.
That was 3861, monitor tower on 126.7.
Monitor tower 26.7. 41, I'm sorry, 5135, runway 40, taxi via Pop Charlie, hold cross runway 1 direct.
Air 490, Minneapolis Tower, wind 040 at 11, gust 18. Heavy departure traffic about to roll runway 4, runway 30 right, clear to land.
73.
And Air 460, copy, runway 30 right, clear to land.
P, Whiskey 5, and Alpha, cross runway 12 right.
Delta Whiskey, Whiskey.
Right.
Air 4906, Minneapolis Tower, traffic departing runway 4, the heavy, cautionary turbine, runway 30 right, clear to land, wind 050.
Okay, yep, I'll have to get somewhere better, but for now, just Delta short of Quebec, fly you back there.
Ooh, they're on the heavy side.
61, Minneapolis Tower, Quebec, cross runway 4, continue via Quebec and monitor ground point 9 on the other side.
That's 4 on Quebec, Quebec monitor.
40, turn right at Kilo 8, join Kilo, then I'll have more.
Kilo, Arctic 1 on 4.
Okay.
Ocean 461, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Ocean 461 Heavy. Have a great flight to Germany tonight.
78 for the opposite direction traffic. 57 Minneapolis Tower on Tango, cross runway 4, continue to the ramp via Delta.
On Tango, cross runway 4.
Iceland Air sneaking in from Reykjavik with the 737 MAX 9. Iceland Air doing a little sneaky sneak on us.
Yeah, I forgot about them.
Who was calling me for the pushback?
Well, we had priorities. We had
Yes.
that Discover A330-200 departure, so we really couldn't
you got to use
detract from catching that.
Oh,
especially
absolutely.
considering that, you can't ignore it.
No,
It's
never.
blasting right in front of you, absolutely.
No, and I also stepped off the headset to help one of our viewers out here find us online at YouTube, MSP Airport Live. So I helped get them set up to watch us on their phone.
I'm going to put you in the 12 left. Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 from Sierra, line up and wait, this for United 658. For 6, if you can't steer, hold short of Charlie.
Tower, United 658, ready for left here.
658, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
4 Sierra, line up and wait, United 658.
4906, affirmative. You can make the turn at Charlie, that's approved, but runway 4 is an active runway, so do not cross that. 4906, looks like you've got it there.
So even though the departure of the Discover flight back to Frankfurt was what it was time-wise, they were able to make up some of the time because they had a scheduled departure of 5:50. So was that the actual original departure time or the rescheduled
658,
departure
actually, you're good to
time?
go now. Flight 120, runway 4 from
Sorry, I
Sierra,
got preoccupied. We got a big bird on the
Heading
move.
120,
Probably a hawk or an eagle looking for Jared's.
Oh,
Gerald's, I should say.
yes. Yeah, Gerald has disappeared on us. I guess he had enough.
All the rabbits and the little ground squirrels we have here, that of course attracts the predatory birds, which I'm sure gives airport ops a thrill.
American 2104, Minneapolis Tower, wind 040 at 10, runway 35, clear to land.
And you wouldn't think about it necessarily at first glance with the viewing area and with MSP Airport, but we really do see some gorgeous birds from here.
It's United 658 headed to Chicago O'Hare. It was an E319. A minibus.
The 1324 Minneapolis Tower on cross runway 4 and then continue via Quebec into.
So I saw this comment, and I got to follow back up on it from Daniel Swanson. There were planes painted half in Northwest and half KLM. I think that was actually just one in particular. It was a DC-10.
Yep. You would be correct. That was a special sort of livery to commemorate the alliance and partnership that KLM and Northwest had formed.
And yes, we are live.
Yeah, it was one of the weirdest liveries of all time.
Yeah.
That half and half Northwest KLM Frankenstein paint job.
Yeah, it was a DC-10, and I think I actually have a T-shirt with that on it.
Did your dad get to fly that?
That particular 10, at the time in which it was in existence, I don't think so, because if it was during his time, he'd already moved up to the 7-4. Or he was no longer flying after what had happened.
406, sounds great. Taxi via.
And then, of course, there was also the really cool
turn left heading 280,
world plane
runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
that they did.
Runway 4 at 0, Delta 2246.
Endeavor 5135, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up away.
Shore 12, guys, 3932.
Endeavor 515 Tower.
wind 040 at 13, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Here comes Delta 2246 headed to Las Vegas. 73-9ER.
26 up.
Sierra 3081 Minneapolis ground, push back approved.
Return left heading 280, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Copy 2345 for Sierra 3681.
Cover 5135, towers looking for you, 166.7.
280, contact departure.
280 departure, Delta 2846.
Oh, I wanted to share this too. Earlier when I was sharing about finding out about that A330 that came in from Tampa. So for those that are not aware, Delta started to fly non-stop between Tampa and Amsterdam back in 2019. It was originally supposed to be year-round service. Then they scaled back and made it seasonal. Then, of course, it didn't restart in 2020 due to COVID. And I think it's been within, since was it last fall or maybe sometime this spring, they restarted the service. So, for those that don't know, Delta's flying A330s between Tampa and Amsterdam. And when that route started, it was Tampa-Amsterdam.
2104, taxi via Kilo.
And because of our friends over there, I never liked watching that flight go out because I wanted to be on it.
Delta 4, hold short, only one right. 04.
Envoy 3987 with me. Envoy
Endeavor
3987,
Air,
hold short of the Charlie 1 intersection.
5135 headed to Wichita. CRJ 900.
3932, you with me? Just 3932, give way to Embraer 170 there at Charlie 1, please. They're going to loop back around, rejoin the inner.
Cool, get way to them on Charlie 1. Discuss 3932.
Wheels up time of 2.6, so just a few minutes. We're going to get one ahead of you. Monitor ground now on .9er for instructions.
Traffic 2104.
I'm heading 280, contact departure.
280 departure, Delta 135.
Delta 2607, I'll have another turn for now. Fly heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 360, clear for takeoff 4 at Sierra, Delta 2607.
Opposite direction, you'll see.
Charlie 1 Delta Tango, and then we'll go behind him 39.
Thank you.
Delta 2936 Minneapolis.
All right, now on the roll is Delta Flight 2607 headed to Salt Lake City. And Alex, is every 737-9 an ER?
To be 2 right turns, join Kilo.
Not all of them, but the ones for Delta are the extended range variant.
Okay, so every one that I see that I call out is always an ER.
3932, thank you for the help. Via Delta, Quebec, cross, runway 12 right.
Delta Quebec, cross 112 right, 3932.
Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
07, turn for the left heading 300, contact departure, good day.
Left to 300, Delta 2607, switch to departure.
Delta 2209 Minneapolis Tower, wind 040 at 12, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
So land runway 35, parking Gulf.
1 minute, taxi.
You guys ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Delta 377, turn left heading 320, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, and turn left to 320, Delta 377.
I've got a transponder on for our...
Diego says if you point the camera at Iceland Air, we'll wave. About to clean it.
Sweet. As I was starting to say too, we've got a transponder now on for our Delta departure for Dublin.
American 2104 on Delta, crosswind 1 to right, continue via Delta. On Delta, crosswind 2 right, continue via Delta, American 21.
All right, so we're on Iceland Air, Diego.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 Sierra, line up away, envoy 3987.
Taxi 1672, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4. Taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, Sun Country 1672.
One of our viewers, Jacob, also says the Minnesota Twins are coming in. Roughly 8 minutes, probably less than that. Be on the lookout for a 757-200, RJ.
I'm checking. I got them. They're coming in from Milwaukee. They're on the downwind. They went almost right over us.
1324, that's approved. Report back when you're ready to move.
Actually, they did go right over us. Not almost, they did.
Envoy 3987, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra.
Delta 8882.
120 on the heading, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3987.
Did they win today?
936, turn right, 1 Kilo, I'll have more.
Right.
I didn't check.
377, contact departure, good day.
Switch to departure, Delta 377.
Crosswind 1 2 right, Delta Bravo.
So we're going to break away from Iceland Air for just a second.
Right.
Delta
681, traffic off right away for
It's
you.
American Eagle, operated by Envoy, headed to Chicago O'Hare. It just rolled by and rotated off of runway 4. Those on the left side as they...
Oh, they're really getting up.
Yeah, as they climb out, could have waved to the tower. Is Joe on today?
Envoy 3987,
Wave to Joe?
contact departure, good day.
Departure, see you on
Probably
Monday
was
night,
earlier.
Delta 2107, Minneapolis ground, traffic pushed in the alley at Fox 1, push exit through, reference them, plan 24 at Sierra.
The 29,
Here we go.
36, monitor ground now on point 9 or have a stay.
Delta 8882, our charter from Milwaukee, General Mitchell with the Minnesota Twins, Major League Baseball team on board, has just made the left base, that turn onto final approach for runway 35 arrival. November 651, Delta Lima is the registration on the aircraft carrying the Minnesota Twins. It's a 35-year-old jet.
Wow.
Delivered in July 1989.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, cross runway 14, hold short.
Well, she continues to fly proudly.
Speaks to how good Delta takes care of their aircraft and how well made the 757 was for Boeing.
Good evening, Delta 8882 with you on visual 35.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. It's no longer in production. So
2884, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Charlie 5.
we have an arrival that's just touched down over there on 35, and the Twins will be number 2 for arrival.
So it's also, I think, interesting to mention that It looks like Sundays are going to be good days to catch sports charters.
I'll have more.
Especially during the summer, Major League Baseball charters in and out of the Twin Cities. We might get flights occasionally on Sundays when we'll be broadcasting.
Yeah, like the Twins have played somewhere.
The 1324
they could be
Roger,
coming back home unless they're flying out onto the next city if they're on the road. Or if they're playing a home game and they're heading out on the road.
Diego says on the jet bridge.
Oh, okay.
I think we see you.
This is 2271 Minneapolis Tower, wind 030 at 11.
So there's the window at the door and looking out the window waiting.
5304, monitor ground now on point 9er.
Ground point 9er, 5304.
6045 Minneapolis. 6045, push back to Cruise from like North Sierra.
All right, Twins are next. We're touchdown on runway 35, and I do think I see them.
Wonder if we'll see a grand slam on that landing.
The 2467 join Kilo.
I hope we don't honestly see a grand slam. Those are gnarly. They're not good for the aircraft.
So what's your definition of a grand slam when it comes to the landing? Do we
Setting the aircraft down fast and hard.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
2936, amend your CV at Delta Papa. Delta Papa.
No hard landings. And yeah, for sure, not good for the airplane.
Here we go. Here are the Minnesota Twins. Inbound to land on runway 35.
Also 605 Minneapolis Tower, wind 030 at 10, runway 35, to land, clear gate.
35, clear to land, Delta 605, parking Golf 12. Cross 20 right to the gate, Delta 609.
They'll be making their way over here because they got to go over to Signature.
Whiskey, I'll have more for you there.
Still 8 straight ahead, join Whiskey, Delta 8882.
Runway 4, intersection Sierra for departure.
4 Sierra for departure, cleared to push, Delta 258 up.
Sierra 5304, Minneapolis ground, amend your route, turn left at Tango.
Minneapolis Tower, turn right.
All right, now I can turn around and see them behind us.
Return
and see what way they go to taxi.
Meanwhile, in frame here, we have Delta 2209 coming in from Orlando, Florida with an A321 that just joined taxiway Whiskey.
8880, actually just stay with me for a second.
Up next for departure on runway 4, we've got Delta 2884 off to Baltimore, Maryland.
Ooh, salute time.
1320 instructions, taxi via Mike 6, hold short of runway 4 at Mike 6.
All right, there's a 220 around here because I just heard that whale sound.
I did too.
taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross, runway 12 right. Just give way to 1 CRJ, left right at Charlie.
And our 2884 departure to Baltimore was former Northwest Red Tail 335 Northwest.
Continue via Delta to the gate. The CRJ from your right will wait.
Roll to rotate salute. She received.
All right.
There's the Twins.
From our left, here come the Minnesota Twins.
5304, give way to the bus, left right
Getting
at
back
Charlie.
from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Skywest 3541 Minneapolis, ground runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Quebec, Charlie.
Cross 478, contact tower 126, correction 123.67.
Exactly a 1 hour flight from Milwaukee.
Kilo Delta cross 4, hold short 1 thanks, Delta 90.
And our Dublin departure has pushed.
So the A330, 300 or 200 tonight?
200.
The 478 Minneapolis Tower, 1040 at 10, runway 35.
Registration number 856 Northwest on that A330 that's going to take flight tonight to Dublin.
35 Charlie, cross runway 12
only 11 A330-200s delivered to Northwest, and Delta has the same number in its wide-body fleet. Only 11 are in the system for Delta. So they're the Minnesota Twins. They're on their way to Signature Flight Support Services terminal here. It's a private terminal at MSP Airport. You also got quite a few hangars as well over there by Signature.
Yeah, there's hangars all over the place around here.
2271, monitor ground now on point center. Good day.
1.9 Delta 2071, good day.
Delta 605, turn right, join Kilo, I'll have.
Right turn, join Kilo Delta 605.
And there's our Delta flight to Dublin.
Up 1645 behind the company 220 there. Behind the 220, Delta 1645.
Runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Clear land 35, parking Fox 7, Delta 27.
Delta 605, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short on runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta cross 4, hold short on 12 right, Delta 605. Delta 24. Delta 27, Minneapolis ground, push back to through, runway 4, intersection Sierra. Back through, Fox 7, Delta 2180, Minneapolis ground, push back to through, runway 4 at Sierra. Ground 258 heavy, runway 4 at Sierra. Taxi via, actually stand by 1 minute. 2467, just hold short of Alpha, 12 right is close. Short Alpha, Delta 9467. 258 heavy, runway 4 at taxi via Alpha, Charlie cross, runway 1 right behind the Embraer from the right. Okay, runway 4 Sierra, Alpha, Charlie cross, 1 right behind the Embraer, Delta. Bridger at 3651, you're going to follow the heavy Airbus right to left and be at Charlie 16 room. We're going to follow the heavy Airbus right to left via Charlie, Bridger at 3651. Delta 258 heavy, the traffic off the left at Delta is waiting for you. Delta 58.
Tower, thank you. Wind 030 at 8, runway 65, clear to land.
Yeah, that's actually
4130, thanks for turning right on Kilo to be Kilo Delta. Cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of 12 right, Skyless 4130.
Skyless 4130, that's the ground now on point 9, have a good day.
Ground, Skyless 4130. Delta 2271, short of whiskey, please. Short of whiskey, Delta 2271.
Apologies for the silence. RJ and I had to step off headset for a second.
The 478, 2 returns, 1 Kilo, I'll have more.
Your right turn is 20 Kilo Delta 478.
So we're going to go ahead and do a spotter guide on the A330-200 that will be outbound to Dublin, Ireland here in just a few minutes. So there is our A330-200, and here is the spotter guide for our A330-200, presented in part by DG Pilot. Delta only has 11 in the fleet. Great to see them back more on the regular at MSP Airport. They previously were a common site on the Delta services on Delta 11 and Delta 10 Heavy before Delta restructured the flight numbers to be Delta 9 and Delta 10. The A330-200 also is a derated version of the Pratt & Whitney power packs on the larger base A330-300 variant that we took a look at earlier. Love seeing these aircraft in motion. They also have a bigger range than the Dash 300 variant, which is larger. It's also wider than it is long. The wingspan is greater than the aircraft's length, giving it a somewhat stubby appearance.
With 130 Juliet Minneapolis, push back to through runway 4 at 0.
0 at 9er, runway 35, clear to land, clear your gate.
Clear to land on 35, Delta 5.
2709, taxi via Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Kilo Delta, cross 4, short of 12 right, Delta 2709.
2467, come back to the gate, monitor ground on point A.
Back to the gate, point A, Delta 278.
Delta 187, runway 4.
On the roll, Delta 2107 headed to Santa Ana in 8220.
4 at 0, taxi via Papa Charlie, cross runway 12 right. So 1645, I'll have another turn for now. Turn left heading 340, runway 4 from Sierra, quick takeoff.
Copy that, headed 340, takeoff runway 4, Sierra, 1645.
Okay, with 3541, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
4 Sierra, line up and wait, go with 3541.
Delta 2107, contact departure, good day.
Good day, Delta 2107.
And now on the roll for our 717 fans, it's Delta 1645 headed to Bismarck.
Delta 2187, if you're not already under my frequency, point A.
4301, sorry for the early call, but right if you're able to, please, if you can make Yankee, like you said, that will work out good. 2709, minus ground point 9er.
41, you're turning inside of traffic departing ahead. Turn left heading 280, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 4 at Sierra, left turn 280, go with 3541.
The 258 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
4 at Sierra, line up and wait, Delta 258 Heavy.
Minneapolis
Here comes SkyWest 3541 to Sioux Falls. 175 LR.
Yeah, cross runway 1 right, 605.
Right there, cross 1 2 right, 605.
Runway 35, clear to land. Oh, 4301, monitor now on point 9er, have a good day.
Open back up there, Delta 2271, to stay on Delta, thanks for the help.
No problem, straight on Delta.
Turn left heading 360, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
360, clear for takeoff, 4 from Sierra, Delta 258.
Record 3681, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, Delta.
All right, here's our A330-200 cleared for takeoff to Dublin, Ireland.
541, contact departure.
Over to departure, Sky 3541. Right, and then Delta contact Delta 478.
2709, Minneapolis ground on the cross runway 1 to right.
Delta Delta 2709.
2709, affirmative on Delta cross runway 1. monitor ground now on point.
Point.
The 258 Heavy, contact departure there.
Delta 258 Heavy, good day.
Next up for departure, we've got Brickyard 3681 off to Newark Liberty International. Brickyard is the call sign for Republic Airways, and they are chartering for United Express.
Delta 1302, turn right at Kilo 8, right on Kilo, then I'll have more.
Wait, right, Kilo, more,
It's kind of funny out here because as people give up their parking spots,
turn right, heading
other people are real quick to take them and move so that they have the best viewing that they can get without having to get out of their cars.
1502, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, coach runway 12 right.
Kilo, Delta, cross 4, 2 right, Delta 1302.
01 on Delta, cross runway 1, the 2087 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 at Sierra, line up away, Delta 20.
The 2087 left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 20.
Oh, here we've got our next departure is Delta 2087 to San Jose.
81 heading 120, contact
An
departure
Airbus
today.
A320 with a registration 321 US. That is a former Northwest.
Now 1.9er, good day.
192. Tower guys 3809, 35.
Tower 3809, Minneapolis Tower, wind 050 at 11, gust 18, runway 35.
There she is.
35 to the lane, Alpha 12, at 3809.
Skywest 4005, taxi via Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, monitor, correction, let's go, taxi via Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, hold shutter runway 12 right. What's the rate? That was for number 5. That was for number 5.
Heading 280, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
So do we have any information on that one as far as how long has she been in service?
Delta 2187, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 at Sierra, line up away, Delta 2187.
Been in service for 33 years, RJ.
Wow.
October 1991, that's when it was delivered to Northwest.
Yeah, because with the registration ending in US,
It's part of that first batch of A320s that were ordered by the former Minneapolis-based carrier.
good for her. 33 years and still going strong.
And of course, you got to commend Delta Tech Ops for giving that bird some good old TLC.
4236, 2 right, join Kilo, and then I'll call you back. This is 2238, Minneapolis Tower, wind 050 at 13, runway 35, clear to land, clear.
Now on the roll for departure is SkyWest 3836 to Omaha. CRJ 900LR.
Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, coach rudder run 1.
And as they rotate and start climbing out, the next departure behind him is already in position and ready to go once cleared.
off to Miami.
Yep. That will be Delta 2187, 73-9ER.
Contact departure, good night. Departure, go 30.
That was 4236, monitor ground now on point clearance.
Passenger and the 321 right to Bravo, please. I passed 321 at Bravo, Delta 2166, monitor now on point 8. And point 8, have a good Delta 2166. 2593, traffic off left, waits for you. Contact departure, good day. Delta 2187.
060 on 12, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Land 35, changes, Gulf 40.
Say the gate again?
Gulf
14, thank you. That was 3809, turn right at Kilo 8, join Kilo, and then I'll call you back.
Okay, Kilo 8, join Kilo, Skywest 38. On up Bravo.
There's another Delta 717. It's an arrival from Kansas City, Missouri.
West 30 Juliet, Minneapolis Tower, fly heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 360, 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
So I'm picking up on another 7.5 pushback from a gate over there, although it's not telling me where they're going
Have a good day.
this time. But it is Delta Flight 2654, so we'll see if anything changes and we can get any extra information on that one at some point.
Delta. Back, monitor ground now, point 8.
Crossing, runway 28, Delta, Quebec, and there's ground point 8, Skywest 4005.
It's kind of hard to see, but on the left side of your frame, we have our Air France 787-9 Dreamliner that'll be headed out during our program here tonight.
Delta 2220, correction 2238. Turn right 2 times, join Kilo.
We've got a
Taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4.
We are approaching our
right.
departure for Shamrock too.
Delta cross runway 4.
Tower 3809, monitor ground now 1.9 or after day.
It's Delta, or actually SkyWest 3823 headed to Winnipeg.
Skywest 130, contact departure, good night.
Departure Skywest 130 Juliet, good night.
.45, with me, push approved, runway 4. Dropped out 3809, Kilo Florida, runway 4. 3809 on Kilo, cross runway 4, turn left on Delta. On Kilo, cross runway 4, left Delta.
RG, we have a couple more departures that are headed out to runway 4, both Delta jets.
Okay, cross Delta,
See them. One of them's an A321, the other 737-900ER.
Delta 2593, Minneapolis Tower, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
right, heading 120, runway 4 at
The A321 will be next for departure. Headed to Orlando.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up and wait.
2593.
Wanted to try and get a glimpse of Air France here, just to kind of walk through a spotter guide that we had on the 787-9 Dreamliner. It's a fascinating airplane we'll see depart here from the Twin Cities in just a little bit.
Hold short, 1 right, 413.
But the 757 got in the way, and well, you know what, it is rush hour.
Yes, it is.
And of course, we've got departures happening, and
that 7.5 that I was mentioning, they now are on the move, so just not able to share where they're going.
Attention all aircraft, arrival 8 shots current, altimeter 3002.
Pass the tip.
On the move, headed to Orlando, Florida. This is Delta A321.
So 1555, turn right, kilo 8, join kilo, then I'll call you back.
Kilo 8, kilo, you fell in back.
So I'm basing all of this under flight radar. That 7.5 is
all brother.
Under tow.
All brother.
Left 300,
We have a surprise guest.
Yes, we do.
We have a surprise guest. We're going to let the 737 roll by here. We got to get our friend Evan Heath set up, by the way.
Hi, Evan.
Short of 0.
5011, gust 9er, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate. What's that 1555, monitor ground now on plane 9er, have a good night.
Departure 2. For 6, pass 9 Delta.
I'm the Delta, spot ahead.
Delta 413, you'll make the left turn onto Sierra and then taxi via Charlie. I'll call you back with more. Ground to Charlie, Delta 413. The 1555, after you get on Delta, join Charlie and I'll call you back with more. Join Charlie, cross back and get on Delta 50.
Ground 73, push.
23, reposition to the hangar via Delta and hold short of runway 35 at Kilo 3.
Delta, 35, Kilo 3. Here at Kilo, Delta 2084. Which approved start point?
Delta 2145 tech. Delta 2238 at Delta, cross runway 12 right, and give way to company.
All right, folks, I'm back. And we also have a special guest. He's a member of our broadcast crew now. And it's rare that we've gotten him. Hope to get him more. Evan Heath, a full-time ramper, joins us. How you doing, Evan?
I'm doing quite well, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. So far, what do you think of today? How's Sunday going for you?
Oh, you know, today has been really pretty eventful. We had some weather activity out in the Denver area, and as a matter of fact, I just got off work, and we had apparently we had a little bit of a ground stop going on down there. And, I was watching the traffic pattern down there. There's like several holding patterns out in the Denver area. So we were wondering why the outbounds and inbounds were kind of a little late. But for right now, it seems like everything's kind of smoothing out. But yeah, so far it's been pretty good, pretty eventful. Got out on time and enjoying the nice weather and watching planes take off in my direction. And yeah, it's nice to get some action out here today.
What'd you think of that 777-300ER for KLM? Did you get a glimpse of that?
Oh, I sure did. I would have recorded it, but I was a little too late.
That's okay. I was shocked at how late they were, because usually they'll come in around noon, maybe 12:30. No. They came in right as we were getting started here from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and they left a couple hours late, too. I mean, hey, you know what? We're not complaining.
But hey, the 777 is actually a beautiful aircraft, and especially when the KLM 300s come by, ooh, I don't see them here very often.
Yeah, they're a rare sight here at MSP Airport, as you know, Evan, and, you know, I'll tell you what. This is crazy.
Well, as a whole, how many 777-300s are out there?
A lot, but I don't really see them here quite often, unless, I mean, we've had FedEx here. Well, I'm sorry, not FedEx. Excuse me, I need some coffee.
That was for 2337, sorry.
Ground 2232 taxi, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short.
Trying to get everybody in here. Booth Cam will cooperate.
But yeah, I think the last FedEx I've seen, or the last Air France, excuse me, the last Air France 777 that came here was probably last year. But yeah, it was a beautiful sight to actually see the KLM 777 for once.
Yeah. And welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Alex, that's Evan, that's RJ. Happy Sunday, everybody. Thank you for spending it with us here at MSP Airport Live. We're right in the middle of some fantastic spotting opportunities here, especially with the runway, yeah, with the 435 ops and all things considered, you know, just how today has gone. A little bit of a hiccup there to start our broadcast. Don't know what happened just with our network, but
been good ever since.
Exactly. It's been smooth sailing today as well. Nice breeze. It's not the warmest outside, but hey, you know what?
At least the sun is out.
Yeah,
you know?
And I don't think it was originally forecasted to be mostly sunny today either.
Hey, we can't get you airborne.
Yeah, because we had a couple showers. Was it yesterday or the day before that? We had a tornado warning, I believe.
Yeah, there was a wall cloud that lumbered over downtown Minneapolis and just kind of in the west suburbs of Minneapolis, like St. Louis Park and Golden Valley, that gave people quite the scare. Thankfully, it was not well enough organized to actually drop a funnel cloud or a tornado.
Yeah,
it was certainly a very impressive sight to see just from a weather perspective. And just
it really is.
Were you out here on Thursday?
No, I was actually at home.
Okay.
And I get an alert on my phone saying there was a tornado. I'm watching a couple of YouTube videos from home, and then I hear the sirens going off, and I'm thinking, oh, might as well see what's going on outside, and it didn't seem very life-threatening, though.
A little bit of excitement.
It was exciting.
Yeah, I was doing my shift over at the History Center at the Crown Plaza Hotel, and everything was getting all excited over there. And I know when I got over there, I was a little bit in question about where I might want to park my car in case there could have been any problems with hail.
Oh, I know, right?
If I can move you, I will. I got one opposite direction here.
But everything all worked out, so.
Hopefully it's ready to go.
Here we go.
Ground Southwest 1852, taxi.
Anything you're looking forward to coming up just with the spotting calendar? Are you excited for those Delta, Rome, and Copenhagen inaugurals with the 330?
I think it'll be very helpful for people who want to actually have the opportunity to go to Rome, and especially you don't have to like stop anywhere in Europe. You don't have to stop at JFK. You can just take a straight shot Delta route straight out of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and that I think will probably excite a lot of Minnesotans that live here.
Yeah.
When does that service start?
Departure, good night, Delta 2145.
I did know that number off the top of my head.
I don't even know. I don't even know either. So
I forgot.
But we know it's coming.
I know it's coming.
It is.
I know it is.
We're just excited that it's coming.
Right, exactly.
Right at Delta.
We'll get there.
Yeah, so the Rome route is actually a restart. Delta tried a long-haul service to Rome back in the early 2010s, but
I do remember that.
it fell flat on its face.
Yep.
Delta did not bring it back. They're like, nope, nada. We're not doing this. And now, of course, you know the airline industry changes every day.
They do.
Like most industries, but especially the airline industry. It's always rapidly changing.
Yeah, and they were also talking about adding Copenhagen to the route too, right?
Yeah, they are. And that's the not Star Alliance. We're so used to SAS being Star Alliance that we need to train our brains to remember that nope, they're Sky Team now. SAS is Sky Team.
Yep, and ITA is now becoming Star Alliance.
Crazy as that is, and that's
which is good for me.
Exactly. And the reason that Delta has that Copenhagen route is one word: connections.
Yeah, with 4139
To their new Star Alliance partner, SAS, Scandinavian Air Service in Copenhagen. It's a very interesting airport too, by the way, in Europe.
Shamrock is pushed.
All right.
5480 Minneapolis, wind 030 at 15, go
Jay giving us the sit rep on
The evil eye.
Air Lingus.
My extra set of eyes.
There goes Delta 2268 off to Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International.
Driven by that airport.
I've been in that airport multiple times. It's surprisingly well kept. I mean, it's a unexpectedly good airport.
Fort Myers, I heard really good things about Fort Myers.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Tampa.
That was my home airport for 39 years.
I want to fly to Tampa. I want to see that giant flamingo thing. And
Me too.
Yeah, I want to go in and say hi and pet the flamingo and do some plane spotting at TPA.
Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think they did have a contest down there to name it.
Also, not to mention the Tampa airport's social media people getting bold. Yeah, Tampa's a fun airport.
Phoebe, that's it. I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. That's the name that was the winner for the flamingo in the Tampa airport.
And there we go. We have Southwest 1852 heading its way to Dolly Parton's Nashville.
It's a music city.
Up 914, monitor ground, .9.
Rumor has it I'm actually considering a spotting trip out to BNA.
It's actually a nice airport. I've actually driven by Nashville on the way down to Pensacola.
Yeah.
And I was lucky enough to actually book a hotel on the way down. And I thought, wow, hotel fares are a lot cheaper by the airport, so it's a really good opportunity to actually see some planes coming and going out of there.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the other thing too that I found interesting about Nashville, they get British Airways Dreamliner service.
No kidding.
Yeah, so they got BA flying in there.
Wow.
They also have some cargo heavies in addition to that. Loads of Southwest aircraft. Loads of Southwest planes. It's a Southwest stronghold.
Yeah.
They have a lot of mainline carriers too. Like Nashville is one of those sleeper airports, I think.
Yep.
That, you know, a lot of aviation enthusiasts will snooze on just based on my research.
Yeah,
Their viewing area is also in a really interesting location too. Excellent sight lines to both arrival and departure runways, both parallels when they're in use.
Yeah, my brother used to work out in Nashville, man. He actually loved it. Lots of nice people there. It was always humid in the summertime, obviously. But, he said the food is always fantastic. And you can't go around with the barbecue.
I was just going to say, if I go to Nashville, that's exactly what the heck I'm going to do. I'm a splurging on that barbecue. I'm a sucker for barbecue. I love barbecue. That and Latin food or Mexican food.
Turn right at Yankee, then right turn Kilo. Right Yankee, right Kilo. Shamrock's waiting for you, right?
So Shamrock is now under taxi, headed our way.
2870 foot.
So we will soon get to see her off to our left.
And in the meantime, flying pencil time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She gets a salute.
Cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Yep, that's Delta 914 from LAX. Former Northwest Red Tail 590 Northwest. As we're showing the departure.
Here's Delta 881 off to Seattle, Washington.
Home of the Seahawks.
So that's interesting to see the flight 914 on this flight from LAX, because back in the day, Northwest used to run a flight from Winnipeg to here, and then down to Tampa, and then either to Miami or Fort Lauderdale is flight 914. That's the flight we would always go down on when we would go down. Then that same airplane would turn around, probably, you know, different crew, as 915 and do the same thing in reverse. So we would go down on 914 and come back on 15 because it would be later in the afternoon when it came back. That's my nostalgia for today. So it's interesting that that flight number is still in existence with Delta. Just different route.
Now I'm curious to know, because I understand that Aer Lingus sent in their XLRs just recently this year, but due to the fact that we have possible high passenger capacity for the summer, I'm guessing, and I'm hoping they bring back the A330 sometime soon.
There is a slight chance. It's not a very good chance, but it is a chance nonetheless that we might get an equipment swap. And again, you know, it's the airline industry. Anything goes, right?
Yep.
Especially with KLM getting tied up with some maintenance mishaps with the 787 Dreamliners that, well, some of them. Has certainly thrown KLM for a loop, having 7 Dreamliners out of their fleet right now due to incorrect maintenance performed on them.
Is it just the 7, or is that all they have, or do they have more that are not affected?
I think it was just either, I can't remember if it was just the 9 or the 10 variant, but I'm pretty sure it was just the 9 variant of the 787 for KLM.
Turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra Flight for takeoff.
Right turn 120 for takeoff,
American 2140 minutes there, 103013, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
I'm away, 4 Sierra, American 2140.
So there's Aer Lingus making its way to runway 4 for a departure.
The 914 continue via Alpha, right turn
437, runway 30 left, short.
Here we go. Yep, it's the Evan Heath special.
Yep. Yep, my one and only favorite 737-700, headed back to Chicago for flight 1237.
Run the runway at your tail. Runway 4, Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie, cross runway 1 to right. Angle 24, 2437, monitor ground, point 9. Ground point 9, Delta. Delta 37, runway 4, Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie, cross runway 1 to right.
I love the shorter variant of the 737s.
I really do too, and it's actually one of the easiest airplanes to ever load.
Shamrock 998, tower frequency 1.
How long does it typically take you to load that aircraft? And oh boy, my scanner's squawking at me. Hey, change the batteries.
Yeah, she just started to yell.
To load it, it probably takes you, well, it depends how many bags that come on. I think the average bags that I have loading on that thing is probably around 40 or 50, but we kind of split it 50-50.
Is that all? How many, what's the capacity?
You know, I'm having a couple brain farts today, so I probably won't get the accurate answer, but for the past couple of days, I mean, yesterday, I probably loaded maybe around 40-something bags, so everything was cut in the front. Most of them you can load the rest of them in the back because they have more space compared to the front. The front cargo hold is usually a lot smaller compared to the back.
Right, and then of course the weight distribution.
Yep, and that's what we really got to watch out for is the weight restrictions.
Because my thought was, you know, like say one checked bag per passenger. So, of course, that's not. I know that's not always the case.
Oh yeah.
Because I know, like when I went to Denver to ski, I had two myself. You know, one with my gear in it, and my other one was a sport tube with my skis and poles on it, and some extras.
All right, here we go. Shamrock Shake getting off to Dublin, Ireland, off runway 4.
Cross runway 4, hold short, runway 1 right.
God, I love that livery.
Yeah, I like the tail.
So fresh.
Ground at 2078, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 030 at 11, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Okay, clear to land 35, Delta 2078, going to cockpit.
Off the clock.
And the fact that a smaller aircraft like that can have the range to fly that far. Of course, she's got to come here first in order to go around, turn around and go back. Because I know a few days ago when I was kind of sitting out and kind of stewing a little bit over what I had to deal with my car this last week, I was spotting from a kind of like a park area where I'm at, in the city where I'm at. They put in one of those massive, huge, mega playgrounds, and so I was just sitting there kind of chilling and doing some plane spotting, and that was one of the ones that I was spotting as I was sitting, and you know, seeing what the flight time. It's like, wow, you know, that's a long ways for a smaller airplane, but hey, they can do it.
Denver 55. Chin left heading 360, runway 4 here, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, our darn cars, as we know, right?
This is an Embraer 175LR that's off to GTF. Can you both guess what airport code GTF?
Great Falls, Montana.
That's correct.
Alpha, cross run up to right.
This one's headed to Duluth.
DLH.
Yep. Denver Air 5515.
120, runway 4 here, clear for takeoff.
I would personally just drive up to Duluth. It's like a, what, 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive from here? Roughly.
Why drive when you can fly?
What?
Sometimes flying actually is cheaper than driving with gas and lodging and whatnot. If you're going to make
26. I'm sorry, I thought you had already
like
pushed.
a long road trip, for example.
Sorry, my bad.
Delta 26, okay, very good. Runway 40 on the north heading, contact departure. Good night, Alpha.
And there we have Delta 2962 heading out to Washington, D.C., Reagan.
Oh, I missed it. That should have been a roll to rotate salute. I'm slacking. I'm sorry. No hard feelings.
No one's keeping the score. So you're good.
It happens.
No, it's 4266 is fat, Delta crosswind to your right, and then come back to the gate. 2, contact departure. Departure, Delta 2962.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Do I see a, yeah.
Delta 2078, right at Kilo 8, right turn Kilo.
It's an honorary heavy.
Kilo,
To 757-300.
So do we have any info? Because I don't.
On this particular aircraft?
Yeah.
It's an arrival from LAX.
Okay. Is that's the same one that came by over across from us, so I bet they're waiting for their gate.
Don't mind if we have another look at it.
Right, heading 120, runway 1, correction, runway 40, clear, pick up.
Never gets old.
Runway 4, you're clear for takeoff,
Well, for all you A350 fans out there like myself,
4, hold short, runway 12, right.
Delta 1484 Heavy to Detroit Metro has just come online. Its transponder has been turned on. That's a domestic flight flown with Delta's flagship A350-900. Yeah. And there will still be plenty of daylight to catch that, so we'll catch that departure off to Detroit. The Delta 162 Heavy will also be departing to AMS around the same time with an A330. So more heavy action coming your way right here on MSP Airport live for Delta Airlines.
United.
8013, runway 4 at Sierra, line up away.
4 Sierra, line up away, Delta 28.
So Evan, if you were sharing with us earlier about the challenges that were taking place in Denver earlier, and if there were flights that were in holding patterns going in circles, as I say, getting dizzy. Where do they send aircraft to go into holding patterns to do this out there in the mountains?
Probably way out in the plains area.
Okay.
There's Delta 1037 off to Fort Lauderdale, the A321.
Because, yeah,
it can get bumpy out there when...
oh, man. Yeah, you know, the worst holding pattern I've ever experienced was kind of getting close to the LaGuardia area, like around New York. Now, we had turbulence for like the past 40 minutes, about an hour over the Atlantic Ocean. And you know, mind you, this was back when we had the MD-90s flying around. I was sitting like close to the engine. Oh man, I never felt so sick in my life. Just bouncing around up and down and rocking all over the place. And note to self, don't drink coffee.
Right.
When you're up in the air that high.
There's the Albuquerque departure. Another red tail 341 northwest.
And there we have Delta 2870 heading out to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Got Delta 1026 Heading off to ATL. That's Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson. In just a few moments.
Your gate via Delta.
That's flown with the A321-200. I like to call Delta's Cadillac. It's the Cadillac of their domestic network, and even some of their international network for short and medium haul routes.
Line up and wait till 1026.
West 3791 minutes. Push approved. Runway 4 at 0.
Yeah, when I did my trip to Denver back in early April, the captain of our flight warned the flight attendants to do their last check through the cabin and take their seats earlier than they probably normally would, because yeah, it got we had a bumpy ride coming into Denver, that was for sure. And then same thing when I left and flew back. So
that I believe.
The mountains will do that.
Delta 2078 Minneapolis.
Especially if you're flying into Aspen Airport. My goodness.
Oh, Aspen. You know, that's one of the airports I've never flown into yet.
Right to left.
Yeah, me neither. It was just in and out of Denver. And oh yeah, Mom and I went in and out of the Eagle County Airport once.
Oh, Vail.
Yep.
Company on the left is waiting.
Here comes Delta 1026 headed to Atlanta. A321.
You know, I will admit, the first time I've ever taken off on runway 4, that was like literally the first day of May. I was heading out to Northern California, San Francisco, that day when it was still raining out here, and I thought, are we ever going to take off on runway 4 or 22? And my brother was sitting across from me. We were on a 737, and I texted him next to me, and I'm like, hey, you might want to check your flight radar. We might be going on 4. And he's like, no way, there's no chance. And we get little did we know, we actually get on 4, and he's like, oh my God, no way.
2 aircraft heavily moving shortly.
I'm like, well, you better record this, because you never know if this is the last time you'll ever take off on this runway.
Yeah, it doesn't happen all that often on a regular basis like it has been here recently.
But wow, was I excited.
3778.
Here's Delta 2485. Headed off to Calgary.
Oh, Canada.
Runway 35.
Yeah, they lost another team in the NHL playoffs.
Oh, do they really?
Winnipeg Jets.
Yep, Winnipeg Jets were eliminated by the Dallas Stars last night.
Oh, wow.
Guess what NHL franchise they used to be back in the day?
Yep.
Before they screwed over our state.
Yep, Dallas Stars were the former Minnesota North Stars.
That's right. Minnesota's actual NHL franchise. Well, what about the Wild?
You know, I don't pay attention to hockey that much, so
it's sad because the organization has one of the best logos in sports history. They've never had a bad uniform either, in my opinion. They're an excellent organization. The problem is that their organizational success is, with winning championships, has just not been there for them. And they've been a lot more of a placeholder team than, you know, an actual serious contender. Now there were a couple times throughout history where that wasn't the case. And one of those times it took Jacques Lemaire, an NHL legend coach, to lead the team to the Western Conference Finals, but they fell short to the Anaheim Ducks.
Here comes our Calgary departure, former Red Tail, so she gets the roll to rotate salute.
United 3770 with ground hold up to Hotel 6, push back to 73. Hold short behind them. We're actually going to the Humphrey approach 37, sorry. Yep, they did write that down. Did not read that. Taxi in. Have a good day. Alright, we'll taxi. Good day. Nice 36.
Oh, yeah.
Kilo Delta, cross runway 4.
Yeah, one of your aircraft have come in from Cincinnati.
Oh, charter.
106. Yep, sour wind, 0.
With that flight number
3778. Yep, and it's a 737 MAX 9.
Okay.
Departure, good day.
I'm not sure who they're bringing in or picking up, but yeah, I was actually aware that they were coming by later this evening.
Speaking of the 737 MAX 9, while we're on the subject, Icelandair with theirs has pushed back from Terminal 2.
You know, I'm honestly surprised that the Terminal 2 expansion is actually working pretty fast, because I can't remember the last time when they first started the project, but it almost seems like they're moving pretty fast here.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up, because RJ, if you remember, I think we kind of brought this up at the beginning of our broadcast. We just kind of gazed out across the airfield at the current state of what we see with all that construction going on over there, and we're thinking to ourselves, my goodness, they are just hauling with that construction project.
Yeah, all the crane over there.
And the question is, how many more gates are they going to add to that expansion? I'm going to guess maybe 4.
Sun Country 500 minutes ground. Give way.
Oh, and it's going to expand down even further to where the fire station is near T2.
Sorry, they're not company, they're Delta.
And I'm guessing that's probably why I'm looking out to the north here with the... It looks like a new fire station close to the air track tower.
Go ahead and swing the camera over that direction.
Yeah, so that's the fire station that I kind of noticed, and I believe that's the new fire station that they're going to be opening up here pretty soon. But is there an exact timeline when it might be open?
It already is open. The fire station's actually open.
Oh, really?
I think they're building a emergency services center on the back of it. That's the next phase of construction for that whole development. The fire station over there is active and working.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Yes, that's the new MSP Airport fire station. The old one is also still active too. They're going to slowly transition everything over there, and then the plan is to demolish the old one.
1-2 right at Mike, and then short my 4.
And then that will be continued expansion of T2.
Yep, they're going to keep building out T2 on the parcel of land where the old fire department currently sits.
Cross to my 1-2 right. Papa, hold short.
You win 0609, runway 40, line up and wait. Be about another minute and a half in position there.
40, line up and wait. 30. Try to get T and then join Tango, please. Tango, hold short runway 4. You can Tango, hold short runway 4. 3-1. You missed Yankee, sorry. So kilo, and then join Tango to the pad. Tango short of 4. Kilo, kilo. Tango to the pad. 106, Tango,
all right,
hold short of runway 4.
We're going to get a Sun Country Amazon Prime Air 737 departure off to San Bernardino, California.
05014, turn left heading 300, rolling 40, clear to pick up.
300 on the heading, runway 4, clear to pick up.
Got another one of those Smurf jets on their way out. That livery, I'll tell you what, RJ and Evan, that livery is bussin'.
I really love the blue during the golden hour.
Makes me think back of when I was still in still in the Tampa area when I'd go do the Sun and Fun flying, and I know I've shared this before that since Amazon and Prime, they built their new facility at the Lakeland Linder Regional Airport. When Sun and Fun happens and they run the air shows, there are times where they have to pause the air show because there's either arrival or departures for everybody's packages that are coming and going. So it became part of the air show. So they would always announce it, so people knew it was coming.
And next up for our aerial demonstration, here's our Primair 737 Boeing converted freighter.
All right, looks like I've got a little bit of an update on our Air France departure. It's now listed at 7:54.
Right at Mike, and then hold short runway forward, Papa. All right, whiskey and Mike, Papa, cross, 12 right at Mike.
And our flight to Detroit, 1484, is listed at 8:03.
4822, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 50 at 12, runway 35, settle 10 to the gate.
Good, 3791, Minneapolis Tower, 105012, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, traffic crossing the airfield.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, Skyline 3791.
106, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding in position on Tango, cross runway 4, join Delta to the gate, monitor ground point enter.
Brandon Baker, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Happy Sunday to you. Brandon says, good evening, Alex. Well, good evening to you. What a wonderful day for watching planes. It certainly is.
13.6, Minneapolis Tower, make the next.
It's been a very fun show as well because we've had the privilege of spotting the humongous 777-300ER for KLM earlier. Had our usual suspects arrive and depart MSP. It's been a full day. Can't ask for much more than that on our Sunday show.
Ice Air 656, monitor tower, 126.7.
Nate says another beautiful afternoon for some plane spotting. Hello, Alex and RJ. Hey, Nate, how you doing?
Hi, Nate. Thanks for watching.
Good. 791, 106013, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, Skyless 3791.
All right, here we go. Got another Embraer departure on runway 4.
Cross runway 12 right.
4 Sierra, Alpha Charlie, cross runway 12 right, Delta.
This is SkyWest 3791 off to Oklahoma City.
I can totally smell the jet A.
Yes. You need one of those coffee cups that we have over at the History Center. I love the smell of jet fuel in the morning.
That's the coffee mug that I already have in my cabinet right now.
Okay,
Hey, there we go.
There you go.
I should have brought to work with me, and then people were like, they would ask me, where'd you get that coffee mug?
Oh, we have them over at the museum.
I was like, hey, go check them out.
Skyless 3791, contact Sparks 2.
Skyless 3791, have a good night, sir.
Icelandair 656 going past the intersection at Sierra to take off on runway 4 because it needs the extra real estate here.
My guess is probably a full flight.
And they usually fly full.
Yeah, they're down there right next to runway 35. They're on the taxi just on this side of the runway. And that's where they can get onto the runway 4 down there.
Up 1365 and up tower 4 miles and trail of the CRJ, wind 070 at 11.
I heard the meals that they serve in first class are pretty good. So I would probably recommend flying on Iceland Air if you ever want to go to Reykjavik in first class.
I'd fly Iceland Air because I want the stopover.
I've been to Reykjavik, but not by flying. It's by ship. Here they come.
4822 at Kilo, cross runway 4, join Delta, hold short runway 1 to right. Kilo, cross runway 4, join Delta, and hold short runway 1 to right for 48. Uplift 1365, unable to start the final congestion traffic now. 43 minutes, 07011, runway 4 at 0, line up and wait, chop move across downfield. Line up and wait, 4 at 0, guys, 4143. 7 minutes there, taxiway Papa, cross runway 4.
Yep, they definitely needed that.
Monitor ground point 9. Take reposition, control point 11 via Charlie.
Also keep in mind, folks, we still have 2 Delta Heavies and an Air France Dreamliner that we are going to catch departing on the program. So there is plenty more golden hour plane spotting coming your way on MSP Airport Live.
All thanks to our extended daylight. Days are getting longer.
And I'm very well happy about it.
Yes, we all are.
Turn left heading 300, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
We have yet to reach that part of the year where it's still light after 10 o'clock at night.
We also just had a big super chat come in here. We'll pull that up here in just a minute. We have a few departures that are commanding our attention right now, including one that was just cleared for departure. SkyWest 4143 going to why not? Why not?
North Dakota. Followed by Delta 574 going to Sacramento.
Guys, 4140, 300, contact park, see you later.
Parkers, guys, 4143.
Oh, transponder alert, Air France.
No, that's not good.
Air France, 635.
No, it's on.
Oh. Approved.
I thought you said something went wrong.
I said transponder alert.
Oh.
The Air France is on.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
Oh, brother.
We're okay. We're just a bunch of aviation geeks. Sometimes the words come out all gobbledygook glued together.
Yep.
Always a good sign when you see it light up on flight radar. So they're getting closer to pushback.
Kevin C., thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Beautiful day to be out. Well, thank you so much for the contribution and for tuning into what is a wonderful day. Yeah, we are excited to share that with you, and we'll continue to do so throughout the remainder of our show.
Pushes approved to control point 15, runway 4 at 0. 1355.
And folks, if you're looking for an interactive stream experience, consider becoming an MSP Airport Live YouTube member. Hit the join button for more details or visit the memberships link in the description below to our live broadcast for an interactive stream experience with special fun emojis, only for $3 a month.
That's a pretty good deal.
Well, there's more perks to it as well. You see a member badge, we'll pull you up in the comments as soon as we can get to it. There's our Air France 787-9 Dreamliner pushing back from Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
1355, continue via Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, monitor ground point.
I don't know why every time I keep saying, no friends, I keep saying facts. Again, brain farts.
Delta 2740, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 40.
And I remember back when they used to fly the A340s here. As a matter of fact, my dad actually flew on the 340.
Oh, wow.
On Air France. He and his girlfriend at the time, they actually were coming back from Paris. And I guess on their itinerary, it was showing they were on a Delta flight, but then I realized that they were on a KLM 340. I'm like, how was it? And he was like, it's just as big as a 330, but it's more comfortable.
It's an A330, but instead of being propelled by a GE CF680 or a Trent 700 from Rolls-Royce or a Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series, powered by air dryers. Or hair dryers, I meant to say.
So does Air France still fly the A340, or have they pulled them?
I think they're retired
They're
now.
long out of the fleet. Same with their 380, too, which, you know, given how high a density that aircraft has to carry in order to remain profitable from flight to flight, for at the time that it was flying with Air France, I mean, it was fairly decent, but just they couldn't get the load factor to justify flying it, and of course they were really invested in the 350, and my goodness, Air France's 350s are just drop-dead gorgeous.
They really are. And
I have a 1:400 scale model of an Air France A350.
I think they made the wise choice on this one, because it seems like the whole industry is just going for its fuel efficiency.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll take the 350 over the 380. I'm one of those people. So let's go ahead and take a look at our spotter guide on the Air France 787-9 Dreamliner. Spotter guides presented by our wonderful friends over at DG Pilots. You can see the stats there on your screen. Evan to the left of your screen there, looking at almost, but not quite, near 9,000 miles of range. A Dreamliner, they can certainly get up and about to some far-flung places. So Air France's Dreamliners are powered by a pair of GE NX-1B engines, and that B stands for Boeing, by the way, in that engine model classification. 206 feet long and at an inch, and a wingspan of just under 200 feet. These aircraft have probably the best looking wingspan in commercial aviation. Just the wing flex on the Dreamliner is stunning.
It really is, especially when, you know, I have to tell you that when we had the diversion that came in, it was originally going to Tokyo, and I remember we got a call on the radio saying that we have a Dreamliner coming in, and I wasn't sure where we were going to park it or where we're going to park it. And then later we found out that we're going to park on an Echo 10. Now, I didn't see it come in, but I was able to actually take a good glimpse of it up close, and yeah, that wingspan is pretty massive. It covered about 2 gates.
We were actually carrying a stream live when that happened, so we had it.
But yeah, it's a real piece of beautiful machinery.
060 at 11, runway 35, cleared to land. What's your gate tonight? Number 29, Miss Crown, taxi gate via grab that 2385, from me. Note on the Alpha 3 is closed. We're good there. The 2385, Alpha 3 is only closed towards the terminal for construction. You're good to cross there. Okay, we're happy now then. Delta 2385, actually make the right 180 and Alpha 4. Join runway 30 to the left. Taxi via runway 30 left to Charlie. 180 here. Join Alpha 4 to join 30 left. Taxi up 30 left. Thank you, sir. With the construction there, concern for jet blast behind crossing, so that's why we had to do that. Delta 2077 report, Sierra taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie crossing, I went to right. Delta 2749, ground point 8 for taxi. Ground point 8.
Delta 1484, taxi with whiskey.
Delta 1484, report, Sierra taxi via Alpha Charlie cross 101 to right.
Alpha Charlie cross 1 to right for runway 4 Sierra intersection, Delta 1484 heavy.
Land 35, go ahead, Delta.
Minneapolis Tower on Bravo, cross runway 4, and then you can taxi all the way in through the gate, minus ground point 9 after you cross.
All right, Bravo, we'll cross runway 4 and then monitor ground point 9.
Check that out. How about them fresh rims?
On 635 uniform.
Nice and clean.
126.7.
I don't think I ever see any speck of dirt on it either.
Delta 2245, Minneapolis Tower, wind 060 at 9, runway 35, clear to land, clear gate.
Things are starting to happen as our Delta departure to Detroit, the A350, aka Big Sexy's on the move now too.
Delta 1484 heavy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Company bus, head to the right.
So Alex, since we have Evan here, are we able to have him share any extra tidbits about when that diversion with United with the 7-8 happened?
Well, Evan, if you're up to it, it's really kind of up to you.
Or if you're able to.
Well, I can share a little bit of info that I know from the best of my knowledge.
Or what you're allowed to.
Well, you know, it was actually really cool. It's been a minute since I've seen the 787 come in at Minneapolis, but the only time we get diversions if we have like bad weather or mechanicals. But yeah, they had some mechanical issues on their 8710, and I was watching the flight radar, and I'm thinking, why is it coming back down? And then I get the alert that it was diverting here. So I'm thinking, oh, I wonder what's going on.
Fuel flow anomaly in the left wing. The #1 engine was shut down.
Yep, that's one thing I remember. And when I got out, I didn't realize that we were going to park it on 10. Then I got all excited.
X-ray is now current altimeter 30.
But let's take this quick glimpse of this gorgeous, majestic 787
for Air France off to Paris Charles de Gaulle.
2220 Minneapolis Tower, thanks for the gate, wind 0.
X-ray is now current altimeter 3003, wind 060 at 8.
Turn right when able, plane Kilo, while up more. Alright, right turn.
That wing flex.
Wow.
I just love it.
Yeah, you know it's a 7.8 when you see that.
71 miles ground, push through, runway 40.
Flux like a 787. By the way, that's a special t-shirt that you can go get from one of our awesome sponsors, Jet Set Shirts. We'll talk about them here in just a minute.
13, taxi via Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 128.
And here is our Delta flagship off to the Motor City. It'll be flying international tomorrow out of Detroit, Michigan.
The 2385, turn right.
Any ideas where it's continuing on to? Is it Haneda, Incheon?
Let me take a peek.
That's the 2297 Minneapolis Tower.
I was going to guess somewhere in South Korea.
Well, that's even a longer ride from Detroit.
It's like 12 hours, I think, 12 and a half.
It's going to Shanghai, China tomorrow.
Shanghai.
2297.
Yeah, it's our Delta 389 Heavy out of Detroit tomorrow, and this flight tonight. Hold that thought 1 minute.
And there we go. We have Delta 2385 heading out to Tampa, Florida.
Well, this is around the time frame that I know I probably went back down once on.
I still need to go to Tampa, though. That's one of the airports I've never flown into yet.
It's a very compact airport, very easy to get around because the terminal is what it is, and then short-term parking is built right on top of it.
Right.
There's a long-term parking garage right next to it, and then there's an economy that's out just a little bit. You can take the Sky Connect
I heard about those.
Train to get out to that. The parking is cheaper out there, but the plane spotting, especially from the short-term ramp on top of the terminal, is phenomenal.
I'll have to check it out.
And the first hour for parking is free. So the trick is before that first hour is up, to go out and come back in so you don't get charged for that after you get to that 1 hour.
And
there goes one of our lovely A321s, Delta 2297, heading out to Phoenix, Arizona.
So to continue the airport in Tampa, the thing that's different down there is that from the main terminal, you ride a very short train out to different airsides. So the airside you go out to is dependent on what airline you're flying. And once you get out there to the airside, that's where you go through security.
Yep.
So your lines for going through security are never really that long down there.
All right, here we go. Our A350-900 to DTW ready to rock and roll off runway 4.
Big sexy.
Sunny 3 behind the RJ off your left at Charlie 2. hold short of runway 4, the 77 waits.
Oh, she's late.
How's that for a short takeoff? Wow.
3 affirmative.
Woo-wee.
Traffic will cross downfield.
Bye-bye, 1484 Heavy. Have a great flight to Detroit on this marvelous Sunday evening.
Mike Sierra, November.
And that aircraft will get turned around and we'll fly to Shanghai tomorrow out of Detroit.
Turn right, heading 120.
Up next, we have our Delta 319 flight 2749 heading to Austin, Texas.
Let's try that again.
I also see a swoop.
Turn right, heading 120.
Yes, I do.
Delta, let's go back to the
Swoop on the move.
3.67.
Swoop-de-swoop.
It's a pretty looking paint job there.
And our flight to Austin is a former red tail.
You need to do the honorary salute then.
Oh, absolutely. The A319s with ending in NB are former red tails, so for some reason when they were delivered, that's what they ended up with. And yeah, they're in a longer hold because of the...
Delta cross 1 to your right, hold short, Delta 2885.
162 heavy, right tank.
So the 162 heavy may have ground on runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie, cross runway 12.
4 Sierra, Alpha Charlie, code that's 1 to right, Delta 162.
Heavy men, Delta Alpha 7 on to runway 30 left, and up to Charlie, so 30 left to Charlie. Delta 162, heavy, make the left turn, Alpha 7 on to runway 30 left, taxi down 30 left to Charlie.
Okay, left on Alpha 7.
Contact departure, good night.
Departure, good night, Delta 1563.
So the 2932.
And turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 4 from Sierra, and heading to 120,
Delta 2961, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Runway 4 Sierra,
All right, everybody. Can you hear us and can you see us okay? Well, I'll tell you what, that was some interesting technical glitch. All right, where were we? Yes, plane spotting. And if you are sticking with us, just joining us, checking out MSP Airport live for the first time, or a recurring viewer watching us on this spectacular Sunday, welcome to MSP International Airport. I'm Alex, I'm the producer of MSP Live, and I'm here with my friends Evan, Keith, and RJ Bean co-hosting with me today. Evan, RJ, it's been a fantastic day spotting with both of you. Looking forward here to some Delta Heavy action here.
Oh, I know.
162 departing to AMS.
Yep, she's on the move.
Yep, she's rolling. Yeah, we got some pretty good wide-body action today.
We do.
I was actually pretty grateful to actually see the 350 take off on runway 4.
Actually, you know what, United has got a time, Delta 1324, so you'll be in front of them. Taxi via same route, Delta Bravo Charlie, cross 12, right?
Bravo for now, and then I'll have one.
And there we go. We have Delta 2961 heading out to Washington, D.C. Reagan.
Evan, you get to call the next one.
United 3752.
She's yours.
Oh, my beautiful Max 9.
Yes, she's yours.
Lining up on 4. I love working on the Max. They're such beautiful planes.
There's Delta 162 Heavy with the A330 300.
Contact departure, good day.
So it'll be A330 time here in just a little bit.
And there we go.
There you go, Evan. Give her the salute. Roll to rotate. Now I got him doing it too. Way to go.
And there goes my beautiful United 3752 heading out to Chicago here.
Your beloved Max.
Yes.
Gotta do the salute.
Yep.
Feeling proud.
Awesome.
That's why I do them.
2270, I just got to park you momentarily, reference that flow time in that belt.
I'll tell you, when we had this group of flight attendants over at the History Center on Friday, when I made the comment about Red Tails Forever and Red Tails for Life after I introduced myself, I got a big cheer.
Delta 2929, turn right heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
And off it goes, Delta 2278 heading to Fargo, North Dakota.
Delta 2932, ground, runway 4 at intersection Sierra.
I don't think I've ever flown into Fargo. I've driven past it, but never flown in it.
I've never even been to Fargo.
I've never even been to North Dakota.
Fargo's flat. There's nothing to see there.
Hey, come on now.
I'm kidding.
2243, I have I need some distance between you and a departure. Make a left turn at Sierra, another left turn on Delta, and then on Delta.
I've never been to either North or South Dakota.
300, contact departure.
I haven't been to South Dakota at all.
South Dakota is, if there's one word to describe that state, underrated. Underrated.
Minneapolis, runway 4 at Sierra.
I was at Sioux Falls for the weekend recently for my brother's graduation, and I'll say this. Their downtown area is bussin'. I'm telling you what, restaurants, shops.
So it's really packed, huh?
Awesome community in Sioux Falls.
Guys, that was 4279 text.
Really enjoyed my time there.
4279, Roger.
And holy cow, is that airport really making some improvements, I'll say that.
So make the left turn.
It's growing.
Well, it came in handy the other day with the diversions from here.
Forward join Delta.
Next up, we have Delta 2733 lining up for runway 4, heading out to LaGuardia, New York.
And not only were there all the diversions, there were a lot of go-arounds.
Short of Mike for now.
Missed approach.
Looking for 2262 Minneapolis Airlines 0601 2935 to the line, safe parking.
Left turn, Charlie 1, Charlie.
Charlie 1, Charlie, 4 Sierra, Delta 2243.
Delta 160 heavy, turn left heading 360, runway 4.
And I'm going to get a head start on our next departure because this one is my turn. It's Delta 162 heavy headed to Amsterdam, A330-3. Registration 828 Northwest. Roll to rotate, salute.
Honor the salute.
Absolutely.
Right, join Kilo, 4, Delta, hold straight over to the right.
Kilo, crest runway 4.
Monitor tower 126.7.
Oh yeah, and another thing is when I told everybody when I do these salutes over there on Friday at the History Center, that choked a few people up too. When I shared them about not only my, volunteering my time over there, but I'm have become involved with this, and they loved hearing that.
Oh, if you look out towards the north, we got ourselves an Air Canada A220.
On runway 4, holding short of moment 12 right.
Right heading 120, runway 4,
Oh.
clear, clear for takeoff.
I'll be darned.
Right, Kilo.
Where is it coming from? I'm guessing
is.
Montreal.
243 Minneapolis, runway 4, you're in line up and wait.
Line up and wait for Delta 2240.
You were right.
You would be correct, Evan.
You were right.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's mainline Air Canada service. Just stoked to have that at MSP.
And here comes another A220. This one is a Delta.
Where's that one going?
Chicago. O'Hare.
243, turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 300, clear for takeoff for Sierra, Delta 2246.
Those are kind of fun to fly on. I actually want to try a fly on a 220.
Wind 05010, 935, Alliance, departing.
Be really cool to see a United Evo Blue A220-300.
I'm curious to know. I'm not sure if we're actually going to order them, but it would be interesting to see them in order. Because I know we're getting 40 more Neos.
Delta 2932, hold shorter runway 4 Sierra.
Here comes Delta 2243 headed to Las Vegas, A321.
That was 4129, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff. Delta 2932, now it's your turn, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, traffic will cross downfield.
Runway 4 Sierra, Delta 2932.
Delta 2243, departure CS.
Departure, good night, Delta 2243.
There we go, Evan.
Oh,
Got a
yeah.
United A320. 2272 is the flight number that this A320 is in charge of, and it's a service to Denver, Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what the forecast is still holding up in Denver right now, but when I left work about almost 2 hours ago, they had a holding pattern going on out there.
Oh, Super Dog 6 Heavy, what are you towing here?
SkyWest 4129 headed to Washington. IAD.
Oh, Dulles.
Bombardier 175 LR.
No, I haven't flown into Dulles in like 20 years, and I wanted to get the opportunity to fly back out there. Especially riding on those mobile lounges. Oh, those are fun.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know, I think we were in and out of there a couple of times with our our flights going transatlantic. Because there were a few times we were on United, so we were, you know, packaging everything with the cruise line, and that's where we ended up. So.
2932, turn right heading
Yeah, we've been on transatlantic flights on different airlines, and yep, United's one of them.
2131 Minneapolis, runway 40, line up and wait.
Line up and wait for Sierra, Delta 21.
All right, now we're on the roll. That's Delta 2932 headed to Raleigh-Durham in A320, former Northwest.
Gotta now do that salute.
It's in. It's happening. From the start of the roll to the rotate.
Delta Whiskey Charlie Sierra for runway 30, correct, runway 4 at Sierra.
Left turn Delta Whiskey Charlie Sierra for runway 4.
There we go. Yep. When I do my salutes, I mean business, because my dad, he meant business. As I've said, you know, if he got out, and I'm sure the pilots don't do it like they could back then, but, you know, he would get out of the cockpit, stretch his legs a little bit, and walk down the aisle, and then one side and back the other, you know. My parents, you know, my dad was able to be seen by his passengers on board, and yeah, 4 stripes.
Back in the days where you were actually able to do something.
Yes.
Yep. 32 with X-ray on gate 7.
Delta 1032, Minneapolis ground. Next time you.
Here comes another A220.
Headed out to Toronto.
Yep.
2131.
Delta 10, Derek 82 and
2614, turn left heading 360, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn heading 360, clear for takeoff, runway 4 from
Sierra. 4264 Minneapolis, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait. That's departure, yeah.
2131.
Super 6 Heavy, proceed Whiskey Delta.
Turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff. Number 5530 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Good night.
Got a land safe park.
Good land, runway 25.
Thank you so much for the $4.99 super sticker.
Delta 2122 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 Sierra.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Sierra,
Jimmy Allison, you are welcome. Great shots of the departing aircraft, guys. You bet.
Yeah, we're sure proud to have the opportunity to do these broadcasts from this setting, that's for sure, because you can't get much closer than this.
Yeah, David Snell, thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Welcome to Economy. David saying, hi, Alex, using those MSP Airport Live member emojis as well. How you doing, David? Hope your weekend is going phenomenal.
Delta 2122, turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear to take off, Delta 2122.
South 4003, Minneapolis, runway 4 Sierra, line up and wait.
Runway 4 Sierra, 4003.
Ridge Flyer 32, thank you so much for the kudos. First time watcher, thanking us for the coverage. Well, thank you for tuning in. We have a lot of fun spotting from our wonderful neck of the woods here in the Twin Cities. We have an excellent airport for plane spotting. Here's a Delta 321 Neo.
Delta, monitor point 9er.
204 Delta, across 4, monitor point 9er, Sun Country 1980.
We have an A330-9, I think, being moved over there, Alex, from one gate to another.
Yeah, we do.
Is that
That was the same aircraft that came in from London Heathrow earlier in charge of Delta 9 Heavy.
We'll go back as 10.
Delta 1124, we'll give way.
So Delta 10 Heavy, yep. So Delta 10 is now almost a midnight departure. It's crazy.
Yep, I've been at home and have heard it.
Plus 4003, turn left heading 360, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff. That was 162 Foxtrot, Minneapolis, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
4 Sierra, line up and wait, that was 162 Foxtrot.
2122, contact departure. Yeah.
Jumping back over to the southwest side of the Terminal 2 gates. How often do we stream? That's a really good question, Ridge Flyer. So the answer is typically Sunday and Wednesday afternoons, or occasionally an evening broadcast now, either on a Thursday or Friday. Chances of that are up in the air, so to speak, and that's one of our so-called touch-and-go broadcasts. We're doing a touch-and-go. So it's a quick in and out for us with those broadcasts. Compared to our full shows, which what we embarked on now, it's got a little bit different look and feel.
Right here, Delta.
Evening, Hamish. G'day all. Hi from Brisbane, Australia.
Whoa. That's so how it's the time change?
Wow.
Let's go.
They're a day ahead of us.
Yes. Yeah, it's Sunday evening here, so it would be sometime Monday morning for them.
Yeah, hello from the past. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Delta 2683, your sequence is southwest at Sierra. The 1032, good buddy, from the left.
Where on earth begins. Thank you so much for tuning in, buddy. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Just opened across the channel. Where have you been all my life? Thank you for the great content. You're welcome. Yeah, it's the YouTube algorithm that will suggest our channel. And the more people hit that like button, the subscribe button, that engagement tells YouTube, hey, people like this, so it'll promote it. It'll get seen by more people.
Turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Okay, so I was close.
Brennan's is right behind you guys in the Outback.
Delta 1051, Minneapolis, new taxi route here. Turn left through the pad when able.
taxi Yankee Whiskey.
Steve says the 422 runway is great for plane spotting, but not great for those of us in Highland Park. We're getting a dose of what folks in the Nokomis area deal with when 12 right, 30 left is open. It's not all that bad, is it?
Well, what do we have, like a couple more weeks of 12 right, 30 left being...
There's actually one more week. There's one more week of this nonsense and we're done. For now. We're taking a pause for the summer. So for the month of June and July, we'll be back to normal when our operations on 12 right, 30 left resume. And then in the middle of August, everything gets shut down on that south parallel runway again because they got to do the other side. They got to do phase 2 of runway reconstruction. So we'll get a nice long pause for the summer.
For 233, runway 4 from Sierra, line up and wait. 4233, runway 4 at Sierra.
Avis Blue, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. You guys are great. Well, hey, thank you. Appreciate what you do. Very enjoyable to watch and listen. Yes, another Red Tail enthusiast. Beautiful day. Thank you again. You are welcome.
All right, don't give way to United. 30 left, Delta 2264.
29 Minneapolis Tower at Minneapolis altitude, climb via the Citic that maintains 5,000. Continue holding shorter, runway 4.
Isidoros, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Well, dinner time. Thanks to the live feed. Always enjoy, especially watching the heavies. Us too. Yeah, we always get a kick. We always get a kick out of the heavies, especially the 350.
Yeah, it looks like my 2272 Denver A320 that's out there in the distance there. Looks like he's getting ready to move and
runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
So there is a conga line that has now started to form for departure on runway 4. It's hard to walk away from plane spotting here because it's just non-stop action all the way through sundown and after dark. There's your Denver flight, Evan.
Yeah, he's finally moving.
29, turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 300, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Central 4279.
2683 Minneapolis Tower, and your altitude climb via the Citic that maintain 5,000. 2683, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait. That was 4233 as you turn on your 360.
All right, here we go. We got Southwest departing on runway 4 where bags no longer fly free.
Contact departure.
Welcome, contact departure, thanks. 4233, Confirm that it'll be tail south for Charlie 5 outbound. You don't have to be irrigating no faster.
2683, turn right heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Turn heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff,
Delta 1144, Minneapolis Tower, your altitude, climb via the Citic that maintains 7, correction 5,000.
Alright, climb via the Citic.
Delta 1144, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
Delta 1144, runway 4 Sierra.
Also, folks, heads up, we got a Delta 757 departure that's going to be making its way down runway 4 here in about a few minutes or so.
They're headed to Atlanta.
Got a couple more departures ahead of them, Atlanta, including this one, an A220.
Continue holding short on runway 4.
Bravo, Delta
34, you on?
This is Delta 2683 off to Houston Intercontinental.
I will say Houston Intercontinental is a pretty nice airport, even though they're undergoing some renovation work.
They need some better spotting locations.
You tell them, Alex.
Delta 1144, turn right heading 120.
I've heard a lot of good things about Houston.
It's one of my favorite United hubs, I will admit. Especially catching one of those sky trains.
Oh, for sure. I wonder what airport lounges they got inside.
That's a very good question. I haven't really checked the lounges that they got, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty nice. Next up, we have Delta 1144 heading out to Nashville, Dolly Parton's hometown. At least I think.
The Johnny Cash Museum is there too.
Monitor 126.7. If you said it where you're parking.
I'll say this about Johnny Cash. One of the greatest musicians of all time. Love Johnny Cash.
Yeah, when we did our road trip with our Dutch friends, we went through Nashville and stayed a night because we were specific with the route that we did on that trip to hit some hard rock cafes when they were still there and take in a little something while we were there, and that's what we did in Nashville.
120, contact departure. 120, departure, Delta 1149. Hi, Delta 1051, Minneapolis Tower. Without delay, please.
So once cleared to go, our next departure is going to be mine. It's Delta 1032 headed to Atlanta at 75-200, 555 northwest. It's an easy one.
Your next plane to salute.
Yes. Oh, I salute them from inside my house. When I hear them and I check them if they qualify. It's just a thing.
1032, I think I already said it to you. We're trying to be the city that maintains 7,000 now.
Looks like we got a Delta 319 that's right above us here, 2594, heading in from Philadelphia.
So they're going to loop downwind and then back in on 35.
It's over top of us right now. The camera is not physically able to swing around.
Oh,
and that's okay, but we can still see it just fine right above us.
Yeah, there they are. So those that have a window, if they're looking out, they can.
Did you send us some Philly cheesesteaks?
They can see us down here, and they'll be down here with us shortly.
Here comes our 757.
Runway 22, join Delta.
Good trip to Atlanta.
72, runway 4 at Sierra, line up the wait.
And we barely send them out. The next one's on the roll. Delta 1032. Oh, wait a minute. I was with the wrong one. That's
40.
Sky West.
There you go.
Sky West 4289. Yeah, I thought I had tapped my phone to change the information, and I missed. And you got the next one, there, Evan. She's all yours.
Let's see. Oh, looks like this one's going to Williston, North Dakota.
Delta 2617, kilo crossing the forward, Delta short of 12 right.
And here comes the one and only 2272. Oh, we got American next door to us.
Got the minibus in motion. For American Airlines. They're actually rather uncommon here at MSP.
There, it came in from Philly.
So we did have 319s for American that service DCA.
I haven't seen any 321s that they would normally send in.
We get those around the winter time. Or at least we did in the past. I really would prefer, if I am going to fly American at all, please, can we go with an Airbus? Their Airbus main cabin is not that bad.
Wind 07011,
and there goes my 2272 heading out to Denver. Got to do the salute.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 0, ahead. 011, runway 35, clear the land, safe park. 16.5 south on Kilo, if you got it. Select
South 2931 from left heading 300, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left 300, runway 4, we are clear for takeoff, South 2931.
Good, 3723 minutes, runway 4 Sierra, line of weight, traffic across the downfield.
Sierra, line of weight,
And from the way it looks behind us, the sun has set on another day.
On a heading of 300, we'll contact Departure United 2272.
Isidoros, welcome to Economy. Thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live YouTube member. Avis Blue, yes. The evening light is gorgeous from here. And as we've seen throughout our show here today, spotting from the viewing area is, not just a fun affair, it's a vibe in the evenings. Golden hour, it's a vibe. It really is a big vibe.
2930 established on the 300 heading, contact departure.
Departure at the heading, Delta 2931, good night.
6005, minutes there, turns left.
Avis Blue, yes, if only we could get rid of that brick building. It has to be there. I think it's probably an electrical building or something. It serves a pretty important purpose.
Yeah, if it wasn't there, there might be some things here that don't work.
7011, runway 35, clear the line.
Heading 120, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, heading 120,
2692, minutes there, runway 4 Sierra, line of await, 107.
Hamish, I don't really watch a whole lot of live plane spotting outside the stuff that I procure for you guys out of here.
9, text via Kilo, cross 4.
My work schedule throughout the week is pretty jam-packed, so I rarely have time for that stuff. I have heard of it.
4 behind. 379.
12 right, big gate number. Delta cross, 12 right.
Hey, Matt, thanks for tuning in. Hey, great work. Well, you're welcome. We see you on the ladder.
So 26.
Yes, about a 30 to 60 second lag time. Yes, that delay is normal. At least it's 10 seconds.
19 minutes there, 107012, runway 4
There has to be a delay. There has to be a delay.
Okay, with 3723 contact.
To be in compliance with FCC.
2617 Minneapolis ground on Delta Cross, runway 30 left. Contact via Alpha. Bingo Alpha Charlie.
Steve, that's a really good idea. Certainly something to possibly consider in the stretch. Not anything we're going to do in the immediate future.
And then after you cross the runway, back over to Alpha to pass behind that.
Oh, Hamish says, what time is it here? It's about 8:45 in the evening. So the sun has set,
Turn on Bravo, but hope for Charlie.
which is behind us.
Anthony Arnold says, you guys are great. You're welcome. Perfect weight to help the Sunday Blues. Yeah, hey, glad we could cheer you up on this Sunday. As good as this one.
1605, just contact ground point 9, I'll let the rest way there.
Off your left, continue taxi, Delta Bravo, Charlie, Quebec.
2692, turn right heading 120.
Right turn, 120, Delta.
Tico, thanks for tuning in. Hi from the Walcha in the New England region of New South Wales and Australia. That's awesome. Severe weather here at the moment, so inside watching you guys, doing a good job. Thank you.
Yeah, we very well appreciate it.
Wow, that's...
Stay safe, all right?
Yes.
Right turn 120 and...
Yeah, I know that we've gotten bombarded with severe weather ourselves being up here in the Midwest.
Or there's there's that little saying too when you've got to deal with something like that is to hunker down. And nothing better than to provide something like this to help pass the time while you're riding out the inclement weather.
100%. It's a pretty anxious time for a lot of people too, and so happy to share all of the chill vibes out at the viewing area.
I missed that one. Darn it.
Hamish, yeah, we can kind of give you a little bit of a tour here as we wind down and wrap it up from MSP International Airport. So we're looking right now at the south side of Terminal 1. There are two terminals here at MSP. They were given names at one point, but the airport then decided just to call them T1, Terminal 1, or Terminal 2. Terminal 1 is known as the Lindbergh Terminal, after the famous aviator and Minnesota native Charles Lindbergh. You may have heard of him. So Terminal 1 was known as the Lindbergh Terminal for a while, until then it was renamed to Terminal 1. And then across the way is the other terminal at MSP Airport. A lot of ultra low-cost carriers fly out of this terminal. So this is the Hubert H. Humphrey Terminal, or T2, or Terminal 2. It's named after a former vice president and Minnesota native Hubert H. Humphrey.
I personally like Hubert Humphrey Terminal only because it's a lot more quieter.
Yeah.
And it's less chaotic.
It's a more intimate experience.
It's very
than T1.
Mellow.
It's smaller.
It's pretty chill.
Smaller, mellow. And it's easy, like really easy to get around.
Yeah. So in Terminal 2, we have Southwest, Frontier, Sun Country, which is based here in the Twin Cities. That's our hometown airline. Yep. They're all over Terminal 2.
Then we get Charter Airlines too.
Yeah. Iceland Air also flies to Terminal 2, in addition to all the other ultra low-cost carriers.
And should I share again our proximity as to where we broadcast from?
It's the Metropolitan Airport Commission's official aircraft viewing area, minted in the 2010s. This spot is right smack dab in the middle of the airport, so you have almost a perfect view of pretty much all the action.
So as I've shared on some occasions in the past, to find where we're actually at, one good way to do that is going on to Google Maps on your phone, have it set for satellite mode, and you'll find the aircraft viewing area out here at the very end of Cargo Road, and directly behind us is the cargo facilities for UPS and FedEx.
But you're out of view. So going back to Terminal 1, this is a Delta Fortress hub. It's the second busiest Delta hub in their network. It's not the second largest by land area. That would go to Detroit, which has MSP beat. But when it comes to the amount of Delta flights handled, the connections, MSP is busier than Detroit. Also based out of Terminal 1, American Airlines, United Airlines, so all the major American carriers fly in and out of T1.
And the right, we'll wait for you.
You also have Spirit Airlines in T1.
You have Air Canada.
Yep, you have Air Canada, Jazz Aviation, that charters for Air Canada in there too.
You got Denver Air.
Yep. They're a little regional carrier.
KLM. Air France.
Yep, KLM, Air France.
Discover.
Yep, Aer Lingus.
Lufthansa. Well, they're no longer flying here temporarily, I think.
Yeah, because they got a fleet thing they got to sort out.
Yeah. So now we have Discover as their replacement.
Yeah, they fly out of T1 now. Their inaugural was actually back on the 2nd that we covered. Man, that was cold.
Yes, we were out here. That was the last time I was out here, and
That
yeah,
day was cold.
Yeah, it was cold.
Southwest 2036, push up.
And one other thing I wanted to share, just from a little bit more of a landmark, in the direction that the camera is kind of faced it over towards T1. Just beyond that is the Minnesota River Valley. And just off to the left of that is at Fort Snelling State Park is where the Minnesota River meets up with the Mississippi. So when the 30s are active on arrivals, you come in right over the Minnesota River.
That's 2225 monitor point enter.
2225 will go.
All right, folks. Wanted to take the time to let you know that our live coverage is proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot, Aviation Collectibles, and more. They're the purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. They got a lot of fun items for everyone to cater to that aviation and travel lifestyle. They got the latest selection of die-cast collectible model airplanes. They got all the major brands out there, Gemini jets, NG models. They got Herpa, they got everything. They also have a lot of really cool travel gear and accessories that are really well made, actually. And an enormous selection of Minnesota-made local goods. And there's something for everyone at DG Pilot. So get your aviation fix or your travel fix on at DG Pilot at dgpilot.com. And if you're in the Twin Cities area, pay them a visit. Go to downtown St. Paul and check them out at their 406A St. Peter Street store. It's a cool little shop. Great people, by the way. Excellent customer service. I've been a customer of DG Pilot for a long time, before I started this. And we're stoked to have them support what we do here and for the aviation community. So big shout out to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles. Go check them out, dgpilot.com. And we also want to give a big thanks to Eric over at Jet Set Shirts for making some absolutely lit aviation and travel inspired.
You can blame that on Delta 1435 going to Salt Lake City.
Yep. Yeah, they got a lot of fantastic apparel. They got Antonov 225 gear. They've got fun designs like this MDDC t-shirt that we have here on this on-screen billboard advertisement. But hey, check out the full collection at jetsetshirts.com. We're also working with them to release some MSP Airport Live exclusives. That's right, that is to come in the future. And really, there's a lot of great apparel that if you're an aviation enthusiast like we are, if you're a travel enthusiast or one of those jet setters, you might want to get a shirt to show that enthusiasm. And they're really quality t-shirts too. So check them out at jetsetshirts.com. And get into the jet set life and wear it with Jet Set Shirts.
Go 3528, Kilo, Sierra Mike, short of whiskey for now. Kilo, Sierra Mike, short of whiskey,
So as we wrap it up from MSP Airport tonight, RJ, Evan, kind of want to get a final thought from both of you. Evan, we'll start with you first.
Absolutely.
Walking into the spotting scene here today, did you come out with more than you expected?
You know, I think I really did. There's a lot of wide-body excitement. I was very happy to see the 350 taken off up close. And yeah, I honestly think we had a lot of good action here this evening, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more action as we get more longer daylight hours and warmer temperatures in the near future.
And RJ, what about you?
Well, I'm a little distracted at the moment. We've got
We got
taxi Mike
Northwest plane too.
From Orlando, 2225. It's a 75 Northwest tail. So hey, salute to you. The 777-300 KLM that came in and paid us a visit today by far, along with, of course, all the usual heavies.
That was incredible. That was a highlight for me, was the 777-300ER. Just getting to see that.
The KLM, that just blew me away. Walking back to the break room today, I was like, oh man, I completely missed it, but I saw it take off. I'm like, whoa.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just awesome. Especially during the golden light hours.
Yeah, share with all of you, that means a lot more. Yeah, so thank you, RJ, and thank you, Evan, for joining today on the broadcast. Pleasure having you both on, and looking forward to another one.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And I do apologize for all the brain farts I had earlier today, but you know.
This is live broadcasting. You know, we've all had brain farts. I mean, we're human.
I should have had my coffee earlier, but oh well.
You should have just gotten one of those highly caffeinated, like Bang or Ghost energy drinks.
Oh man.
Get a Sour Patch Kids energy drink.
And then you're just gonna be like, see me bouncing around the parking lot.
Just run around the viewing area for a few hours.
Oh man, and that 57 is just kicking up some dirt over here.
Yeah, we're getting some Mike taxis here from the arrivals off of 35. Now they're coming right by us.
One last look.
Yeah, and we've got two more coming.
They're just sending them in front of us. Like, it's hard to walk away here. We got to get out of here. I'm trying to leave right at dusk, because that's when the viewing area is open till, and it's like, come on. That's a great thing, right? A parade of planes.
Yes. Yes, this next one that's about to pass by is from Norfolk, SkyWest, and there's one right on their tail, literally, from Salt Lake City, an A321. Hi.
Hello.
All right, well, we're at that point in our show. Thank you, RJ. Thank you, Evan, for joining. Thank you all for tuning in to what has been a truly incredible episode of MSP Airport Live. And for RJ Bean and Evan Heath, I'm Alex Redding. Bidding good night. Farewell. We will see you in the next edition of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care, everybody.
Till the next one.
Yep, we'll see you again soon.
Till the next one.
Yep, have a good night.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialists will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom, where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.